Chapter 1595. There was only one thing in Long Chen's body that was even more mysterious and terrifying than the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence and the void Aeon dragon's blood essence. That was the mysterious dragon jade. As Long Chen's physical body underwent a terrifying transformation, his primordial spirit had already fused with the void Aeon dragon's blood essence, and his primordial spirit had become a young dragon. The mysterious dragon jade that had been silent for a long time finally underwent a drastic change. It changed its shape for the first time. The black jade pendant floated in front of the void Aeon dragon's primordial spirit and its appearance began to change. In a short moment, the mysterious dragon jade had actually transformed into a black Dao seal. That's right, it was a Dao seal. The massacre Dao seal was blood-colored. The time Dao seal was illusory and colorless. And this black Dao seal seemed to have its own consciousness. Long Chen couldn't sense its existence at all. It wasn't Long Chen's understanding of the heavenly Dao, but it had transformed into a Dao seal and fused into the primordial spirit's glabella. The dragon jade Dao seal was located between the massacre Dao seal and the time Dao seal. This position was almost the core of Long Chen's primordial spirit. Even the massacre Dao seal and the time Dao seal had to avoid it. In fact, the slaughter Dao seal and the time Dao seal contained too many true inheritances of the two great ancestral dragons. They were the core carriers of the current ancestral dragon's inheritance, and even more powerful inheritances would appear in the future. Dao seals were the most important things for Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, but they still retreated because of the Dragon Jade Dao seal formed by the Dragon Jade. Long Chen tried to communicate with the Dragon Jade Dao seal, but something terrible happened. He found himself deep in a quagmire, facing the feeling of true death. It was as if he had angered the Dragon Jade Dao seal, so he had no choice but to retreat immediately. Even so, the shock and awe in his heart couldn't be erased. This mysterious dragon jade can suppress the ancestral dragon's blood essence, and now it has transformed into my Dao seal. What is going on? What is it? Will it become my own power one day? All of this was unknown. 3 Dao seals. This was already considered a lot. Mo Xiaolang and the others only had 2 Dao seals. Of course, the more Dao seals there were, the slower the cultivation speed would be. The comprehension of the heavenly Dao had to go hand in hand. If one aspect fell behind, it would eventually be forgotten or even lost. These were all internal changes in Long Chen's body that outsiders couldn't see. But at this time, everyone was dumbfounded. The blood-yellow tribulation clouds that had originally covered the sky had completely disappeared. Boundless, berserk energy blasted onto Long Chen's body. Even at this moment, the 4-layered energy still surrounded Long Chen and wreaked havoc. Above everyone's heads was a giant sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. This was a giant ball formed by the Nirvana True Thunder, the heart-eroding demon fire and the other heavenly tribulation forces. The violent forces had yet to be fully released and were still bombarding Long Chen. Among those present, even the martial artists of the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm didn't dare to rush up to see what was happening when the heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc. Was Long Chen dead or not? Why was such a strange thing happening? This was what everyone was most puzzled about. In the past, after the Nirvana Tribulation descended, regardless of life or death, it would dissipate quickly. But this time, the descending energy seemed to be imprisoned by something and couldn't dissipate at all. The energy gathered in the sky was equivalent to the Nirvana energy of a martial artist of the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Even the 9 boundary lords, the 6 monarch beasts, and the 4 sword masters were filled with doubts. The Lingwu sword master felt his mouth go dry. With a dull expression, he murmured, "Do the 3 of you think that Long Chen can survive?" The 3 sword masters shook their heads. They didn't believe that Su Mo could survive the Nirvana Tribulation with such severe injuries. As long as he was human, it was impossible for him to do so. Such a miracle hadn't happened in the past millions of years. However, since they were so certain, why did everyone feel so uneasy? This was because they felt as though a giant beast from primordial times was undergoing nirvana rebirth and awakening. That frightening feeling lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Linggu's sword master gritted his teeth and gripped both swords in his hands. He said coldly, "Who cares? If Longchen isn't dead, I'll go and kill him. This person has already become our enemy. Since Great Emperor Zhenwu doesn't care about him, we can't let him live." When the Linggu sword master soared into the sky, Wen Renshi and Lin Juniao were shocked. Just as they were about to stop the Linggu sword master, Great Emperor Zhenwu said, "There's no need for that. He has already overcome many obstacles. This is his moment of glory. How could a descendant of the eternal sacred realm be simple?" Just as the Linggu sword master rushed forward, the giant sphere with a diameter of 1,000 meters actually shrank. After it moved once, it seemed that 1/10 of the nirvana power had been completely swallowed and disappeared into nothingness. What's going on? Everyone was even more shocked. What the hell was happening to Longchen? Even Linggu's sword master was shocked. This was the power of the nirvana tribulation. If he had gotten close, he might have been killed by this power. In the next moment, the 1,000-meter-long giant ball pulsated again and then contracted, beating like a heart. Another 1/10 of its power had disappeared. Everyone was shocked once again. If this giant sphere suddenly exploded, half of the tens of thousands of Sword God's palace disciples would probably die. Not only that, but there were still 80 million disciples on the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. They were also frightened by the terrifying Nirvana Tribulation. If the Nirvana Tribulation had descended on the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain instead of Longchen, it was likely that none of the 80 million disciples would have survived. Everyone tried their best to climb up the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain to find out what was going on. 80 million people were discussing the sudden change in the Sword God's palace. Wasn't today the day of Wang Chen and Lingxi's wedding? Linggu's sword master pondered over the giant sphere formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. His expression kept changing, but in the end, he didn't make a move. Although he wanted to kill Longchen as soon as possible, who knew if the giant sphere was under Longchen's control? Longchen, what the hell are you? Suddenly, he thought of Lingxi and looked down. At this moment, Lingxi was watching Longchen's final transformation with an expectant gaze. She knew everything about Longchen and knew that this was the most important moment of his life. He was finally going to transform into a young dragon. When the giant sphere formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation was reduced to half, everyone's eyes widened. Finally, they saw a giant beast awakening in the midst of the raging wind, cold air, lightning, and flames. This is a dragon. Longchen is transforming into a dragon? Isn't he still unable to transform into a dragon? Although it was just a blurry shadow, it still made people feel a deep sense of awe when they looked at it carefully. Although it was not fully revealed, the majesty of this divine dragon alone was 10 times that of Wang Chen's void refinement realm demonic dragon. At this moment, the demonic dragon palace master's face turned pale. What's wrong? Yi Guyu, the lord of the shadow devil domain, asked hurriedly. The demonic dragon palace master's face turned pale as he looked in the direction of Longchen. His transformation attracted everyone's attention, including the Lingwu sword master and the true martial emperor. Divine dragon, at this moment, the demonic dragon palace master was speechless. He staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Fine purple scales gradually appeared on his body and covered his entire body. What's going on? Another lord asked. They were already flustered by the strange transformation of Longchen. What did the demonic dragon palace master's strange behavior mean? I don't know. The demonic dragon palace master said painfully. He took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "But I can't control my body. It wants me to kneel." As soon as he finished speaking, the most ancient sound from the absolute beginning era, the birth of the universe, resounded in the sky. This desolate and old dragon roar was filled with murderous intent. The 80 million disciples on the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain were all shaken to the ground. The demonic dragon palace master knelt on the ground in fear. Below his knees was the white jade ground that had been shattered. The demonic dragon palace master was a dragon martial artist who was even stronger than the Lingwu sword master. How could he kneel in fear? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, the demonic dragon palace master was extremely excited. He said in shock, This is definitely not the crimson-horned devil dragon. It's definitely not. His divine aura is above the purple blood devil dragon. Above the void refinement demon dragon. In the knowledge of the three great emperor domains, the void refinement demon dragon and the purple blood devil dragon were already terrifying divine dragons. What did it mean to be above them? For a moment, no one understood what this meant. However, everyone understood that there was a great deal of authority and restraint between the dragon martial artists' bloodlines. Only when encountering a divine dragon of a higher level would the demon dragon palace master's bloodline be so agitated and call the demon dragon palace master to kneel on the spot. Of course, this didn't mean that the demonic dragon palace master was weaker than Long Chen. It was just a form of respect in the bloodline. Dragon transformation? The Lingwu sword master's eyes were cold. Even if it's dragon transformation, even if I persist and reach the Nirvana Tribulation realm, with my late-stage Nirvana Tribulation strength, is it still not enough to deal with you? Just as he finished speaking, a huge change occurred in the sky. At that moment, all the remaining Nirvana Tribulation power was swallowed by the divine dragon in the center. At this moment, the divine dragon from the ancient era let out a roar that shook the 3 regions and 9 worlds again, as though it was celebrating its birth. An incomparably huge dragon shadow began to expand and appeared between heaven and earth. When Long Chen's true body after dragon transformation was revealed, the Lingwu sword master's eyes glazed over as though he was struck by lightning. 80 million disciples suffocated on the spot. P.S. I hope to build a huge dragon clan. We are the descendants of the dragon. If you want to join the dragon clan, join the official fan group of the Madman, and join this mighty activity of breaking new chapters, please come to 17K. It's completely free in December. The blue post in the book review section was a way to change the nickname and add the prefix, Dragon Clan. The Madman has planned the writing principles for 10 years. Along the way, I hope that I can grow together with everyone. P.S. Yesterday's clicks reached a new high, 430,000. It's already the 4th most clicks on the entire website, less than 3,000 away from the 3rd. Today, I'm going to break his chrysanthemum. Chapter 1596. Due to the arrival of the Nirvana Tribulation, a large amount of clouds and mist formed in the vast starry sky. Heaven and earth were enveloped in an astonishing pressure. This was an aura that made people feel incomparably reverent and even terrified from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, everyone raised their heads numbly. Above the starry sky, a colossal figure was reflected in everyone's vision. How vast and majestic it was! In particular, the Lingwu sword master and the others were very familiar with the void refinement demonic dragon. They had seen many of them. If it was a normal dragon transformation, they wouldn't be so shocked. However, the scarlet divine dragon that was shrouded in the clouds merely emitted a low roar that could cause one to tremble in fear and nearly kneel down was actually very different. No one could tell what kind of difference it was. It wasn't as simple as being huge. From the body that the divine dragon revealed, it was at least tens of thousands of meters long. Such a huge dragon body probably surpassed the demon dragon palace master, who was already at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. If the demon dragon palace master revealed his purple blood demonic dragon body, it would be much bigger than Long Xing's. For a moment, it was dead silent. Everyone was in deep shock and their minds were blank. All they could see was the divine dragon wandering in the starry sky. It was the first time it had a dragon body. Its excitement, strength, and terror were all released. The 36 Big Dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiend stars were huge in the eyes of others, but in its eyes, they were like toys. What kind of dragon is this? It looks like a red-horned demonic dragon or a ghost shadow blood slaughter dragon, but it seems much stronger than them. It's the first time it has transformed into a dragon, but it has a body of tens of thousands of meters. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu, who had some understanding of dragon warriors, was deeply shocked. At this moment, the terrifying creature from the absolute beginning era that was wandering in the starry sky felt the shock of the crowd. It let out another dragon roar that shook the 3 regions and 9 realms and made billions of people panic. Then, it descended from the sky. In an instant, the dragon's body that was tens of thousands of meters long coiled around the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. Its huge head appeared in front of the Sword God Palace and looked down at the people in the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool. The heaven-piercing Sword Soul Mountain was entangled by a divine dragon. The 80 million disciples were all scared out of their wits. They fell to the ground in shock and looked at the terrifying body of the divine dragon in front of them. This was the most amazing thing they had ever encountered in their lives. It was enough for them to discuss it for the rest of their lives. Such a grand scene made everyone's brains feel as if lead had been poured into them, so heavy that they could not function. The 9 world overlords, 6 demonic beast emperors, 4 sword sovereigns, and the experts of the true martial emperor palace all held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Among them, the martial sword sovereign was so frightened that he took several steps back. The 2 swords in his hands almost fell to the ground. His eyes trembled uncontrollably, and his face turned deathly pale. This was the first time he had shown such fear. Fear to the point of insanity. Everyone stared at this ancient divine object in astonishment. Dragon. Divine dragon. Although he didn't know what kind of dragon it was several hundred times stronger than the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon even though it was still in its juvenile form. In the past, when the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon could transform into a dragon, it was only about 100 meters long. In the ancient times, when the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon was at its peak, it was definitely an existence comparable to a divine being. Shock. Confusion. Shock. There weren't many people who could react in time. Only Lingxi could hold back her tears as she stared at the huge dragon head in the sky. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably as she cried. He had finally succeeded. 10 years, this was true success. As the woman he loved the most, Lingxi was proud of him, proud of him. What did the primordial blood spiritual dragon look like? Everyone stared blankly at this divine object. The huge dragon head was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The divine dragon was a divine object of heaven and earth. Its appearance was a combination of many demonic beasts. Its horns were like a deer, its head like a camel, its eyes like a ghost, its neck like a snake, its abdomen like a crab, its scales like a fish, its claws like an eagle, its paws like a tiger, and its ears like a cow. The combination of ordinary objects had created a true divine object of heaven and earth. In the ancient times, there were hundreds of millions of divine dragons. Just like humans, although they had the same facial features and limbs, their appearances were different. In particular, the dragons of different attributes had huge differences in appearance. Some even had wings, some had millions of dragon claws, some had lightning-long beards, and some had sharp barbs. For example, the blood-horned devil dragon only had a single horn. It did not look like a deer, but more like a sharp thorn. For example, the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon had a silver-gray body with fine dragon scales. Its tail had a bone that was as sharp as a steel sword. It looked very demonic and full of demonic chi. For example, the sky mysterious jade fire dragon was born with green flames. For example, the purple blood devil dragon had a strong body and strong physical strength. Its entire body was black and purple. Long Chen was not just an immemorial blood spiritual dragon. However, the blood essence of the immemorial blood spiritual dragon had fused with his physical body, while the blood essence of the void cosmic dragon had fused with his primordial spirit. Therefore, Long Chen looked more like an immemorial blood spiritual dragon. History had never recorded the appearance of an immemorial blood spiritual dragon. However, there were many enthusiasts who tried to guess the appearance of an immemorial blood spiritual dragon through legends. In their guesses, the immemorial blood spiritual dragon had 3 heads and 6 arms. It possessed all kinds of unique divine power. There were also many unrealistic guesses. However, when Long Chen transformed into an immemorial blood spiritual dragon, he finally understood something. The strongest experts would definitely return to their original state. Therefore, the appearance of an immemorial blood spiritual dragon was not much different from an ordinary red dragon. As for red dragons and blue dragons, they could only be considered as commoners in the era when divine dragons ruled the world. Of course, even though it looked like a red dragon, there was still a huge difference between an immemorial blood spiritual dragon and an immemorial blood spiritual dragon. The difference lay in its murderous aura and noble bloodline. Compared to the lowest grade red dragon, one was at the top of the pyramid while the other was at the bottom. The immemorial blood spiritual dragon's body was surrounded by blood-colored mist. The number of dragon scales on its body was 1,000,000 times that of an ordinary red dragon. Between the dragon scales, various primordial symbols appeared one by one. Although it was only a young dragon, the immemorial blood spiritual dragon already had more than 100 million dragon scales. Above each dragon scale, there was a primordial symbol. Each symbol represented one of the immemorial blood spiritual dragon's rule of massacre. The immemorial blood spiritual dragon was a dragon of massacre. Its dragon claws were pure blood-colored and curved like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They looked similar to the claws of a red dragon, but they possessed the most intimidating power. Despite having the same appearance, they were the most terrifying killing weapons. If the immemorial blood spiritual dragon could reach adulthood, then its claws would definitely grow to become the most terrifying thing in this world. Even the strongest Tao treasure would be nothing more than tofu in front of Long Chen's claws. Its slender dragon tail possessed the most vigorous power. When it swept across, a large area of blood-colored rippled. This form belonged to one of the 10 great ancestor dragons, the immemorial blood spiritual dragon. Although it looked similar to a red dragon, its divine might and 10,000-meter-long body were enough to shock everyone present 10,000 times more than when they saw a void refinement rogue dragon. The purple blood demonic dragon had a strong body and a unique appearance. However, compared to the immemorial blood spiritual dragon, it could only be considered a clown. The young immemorial blood spiritual dragon was still in the state of a newborn. The 10 great ancestor dragons of that era were not born as ancestor dragons. They had to grow step by step until they finally reached the godly position of the ancestor dragon. Long Chen had inherited the legacies of 2 ancestor dragons, so his starting point was much higher than that of a real ancestor dragon. To an ancestor dragon, what was truly strong was what was inside. For example, the Void Aeon dragon did not even have the form of a real dragon. It was just an illusory dragon mist. However, the Void Aeon dragon ranked higher than the immemorial blood spiritual dragon among the 10 great ancestor dragons. The 10 ancestor dragons had been passed down to this day. Some of their names had even been forgotten by people. However, in that glorious era, the 10 great ancestor dragons had guarded the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. As the descendants of the divine dragons, none of the living beings on the sacrificial dragon continent had forgotten about it. The current eternal sacred domain was the ancestor dragon realm, where the 10 great ancestor dragons resided. Now, after almost 100 million years, the ancestor dragons were born again. Moreover, 2 ancestor dragons had been born in the body of a single person. He was Long Chen, the inheritor of both the immemorial blood spiritual dragon and the void Aeon dragon. Right now, he was still in his infancy, possessing the most precious bloodline. Much of the divine might was still hidden in his bloodline. He already possessed the foundation of the strongest talent in the world, including the eternal sacred domain. The only thing he lacked was endless time. The growth of an ancestor dragon was too slow. No matter what, no one present would associate Long Chen with the legendary ancestor dragon. There were billions of species of divine dragons, so it was normal that they didn't know who he was. They were just shocked by Long Chen's divine might and strength. Tens of thousands of people in the Sword God's palace stared at the huge divine object in the sky, not daring to move. Huge waves were surging in everyone's hearts, and they even felt an inexplicable fear. A dragon. That was an ancient creature. When it descended, its huge eyes first looked at the girl who looked like a red lotus, crying in the wind. A dragon and a peerless beauty. In the eyes of the huge divine dragon, everyone could see the boundless love and affection. Even though it had transformed into a dragon, the love in its chest hadn't disappeared in the slightest. Its blood-colored whiskers hung down like a waterfall, and each whisker was like the sharpest spear. Long Chen lowered his huge head. That huge dragon head smashed through many buildings and gradually approached Lingxi, until the dragon's mouth stopped in front of Lingxi. Lingxi reached out and hugged the primordial blood spiritual dragon's mouth, weeping bitterly. The tiny beauty and the huge, murderous creature formed the most beautiful picture, and just like that, the picture was fixed. Chapter 1597. Amidst the raging blood-red winds, Ling Shi, who was dressed in a splendid bridal gown, wiped away the tears on her snow-white face. Her eyes were filled with the light of happiness. Compared to Long Chen's massive ancestral dragon body, her body was undoubtedly tiny and pitiful. She hugged Long Chen's mouth, and in front of her were sharp and blood-red dragon fangs. This was a dinosaur's fangs that shocked billions of people, but Ling Shi was not afraid, because no matter who Long Chen hurt, he would not hurt her. Stretching out her snow-white and tender arms, she caressed Long Chen's huge mouth. Happiness shone in her eyes, a smile of hope after despair. It was so beautiful that it could move one's soul, causing countless people to be stunned. Chen. Lingxi closed her eyes and gently kissed his huge dragon head. This affectionate scene moved everyone. Huff, a single gentle breath from Long Chen was enough to cause Ling Shi's bright red dress to flutter in the wind, looking even more like a blooming scarlet lotus. Many people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Lingxi cried tears of joy. She looked up at Long Chen's 10,000-meter-long body and couldn't help but say, "Although you look very fierce, I think you are really beautiful and cool." To everyone present, Long Chen was a gigantic killing machine, and it was only when he was facing Ling Shi that this gigantic divine being displayed an astonishing gentleness that did not match his appearance at all. The dragon head was raised high, and its blood-red eyes looked down at the people below, especially the Lingwu sword master. At this time, the huge dragon claw descended and fell beside Lingxi. Lingxi revealed a beautiful smile and walked into Long Chen's palm. With her petite body, Long Chen's palm was too big for her. The sharp and bloodthirsty dragon claw made people tremble with fear. After putting Lingxi in his palm, Long Chen's body began to rise. He was leaving. It was only at this moment that many people finally reacted. The 9 realm lords, Zhenwu Immortal Emperor and the others weren't much, but Lingxi's importance to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was incomparable. Long Chen was just a weakling at the start and had no way to resist Sword Sovereign Lingwu. But after he transformed into a dragon, he managed to suppress everyone. But the four great sword sovereigns attached great importance to the revival of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. They would never allow Long Chen to take Lingxi away so easily. In their hearts, Lingxi had to inherit the memories of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Even if Long Chen's dragonization was terrifying, what had the four great sword sovereigns not seen before? Even if they were shocked, even if they were frightened, they should have reacted by now. Stop! The Lingwu sword sovereign was jolted back to his senses. With a roar, the Milky Way smelting god's sword returned to his hand. The other three sword sovereigns also grabbed their divine weapons. As for the others from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they were all scared stiff by Long Chen. With this roar, the situation became tense again. The Lingwu sword sovereign's eyes were filled with anger. Sharp sword intent gushed out from his body as though he was surrounded by soaring sword chi. He was a late-stage nirvana tribulation super expert, second only to the three great emperors. He was a true grandmaster-level expert. For so many years, the vast Sword Spirit Emperor domain was supported by Lingwu Sword Sovereign alone. In the sky, the blood-colored divine dragon lowered its head. Its blood-red eyes were like the sun's rays, shining on the Lingwu Sword Sovereign's body. This divine might made the Lingwu Sword Sovereign's heart skip a beat. When he realized that he was scared stiff by Long Chen, he became even angrier out of humiliation. Long Chen, let go of my daughter. Otherwise, even if you transform into a divine dragon, we, the four great sword sovereigns, will not be courteous to you. The Lingwu sword sovereign rebuked. Everyone tensed up. Would the divine dragon be angry? Who was stronger, the 10,000-meter-long divine dragon or the four great sword sovereigns? In the starry sky, Long Chen held Lingxi in front of his chest and stared at the four great sword sovereigns with his blood-red eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's voice turned into a majestic dragon. Swordmaster Lingwu, you once said that as long as I cripple all of you and make you submit wholeheartedly, Lingxi will be mine. As for the Sword Soul Great Emperor, you can let her die, right? The majestic dragon's voice caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. The Lingwu sword master's eyes were filled with anger and blood-red hatred. He had recovered from the shock and said with a sneer, "Don't think that you can pretend to be powerful in front of me just because you changed your body. Isn't Wang Chen able to transform into a dragon? I only need one sword to slash him into two. Since you have passed the nirvana tribulation, let's continue the battle. I don't believe that I can slaughter you with my Sky River refining spirit sword." The four great sword sovereigns had no room to retreat. The Royal Heaven Sword Sovereign and Demonic Sky Sword Sovereigns realized how powerful Long Chen was and said in unison, "Lingwu, we will help you." Although the Lingwu Sword Sovereign was unwilling, he could only consider the bigger picture at this moment. Hearing these provocative words, the incomparably agitated Mo Xiaolang let out a fanatical roar. His body once again transformed into a huge black demonic wolf that was more than 1,000 meters long. Dragons were like snakes with long bodies. In terms of size, Long Chen's current body wasn't much bigger than Mo Xiaolang's. The blood-red divine dragon left the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain and circled above the endless void with a black demonic wolf eyeing it covetously. These two brothers actually had the divine might to dominate the 3 regions and 9 realms. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang was happy for Long Chen. The moment of dragon transformation had finally arrived. Long Chen's strength had surpassed him once again. In fact, no matter what happened to Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang would still admire him. Xiaolang. The majestic dragon roar was filled with endless emotions. In this life, he had a woman he loved deeply and a brother who fought alongside him. What was there to regret? This time, you just have to defeat Ling Hua. Long Chen's voice was filled with confidence. Don't worry, I'll do it in less than 15 minutes. Mo Xiaolang smiled confidently. The four great sword sovereigns couldn't tolerate the two brothers anymore. But no matter what, these two brothers were already terrifying enemies to them. The atmosphere immediately erupted with the smell of gunpowder. The four great sword sovereigns' sword chi soared into the sky. The 9 great realm lords, 6 great demonic beast sovereigns, and the others all had extremely solemn expressions as they waited for this earth-shattering battle. Even the tens of thousands of Sword God Palace disciples were looking forward to it. What would Lingxi's fate be? Would Long Chen fulfill his promise and truly reach Lingxi, fulfilling their love, or would the four great sword sovereigns emerge victorious and revive Sword Soul the Archling Su? They suddenly realized that they seemed to support Long Chen even more. The dragon was their soul's faith. When Long Chen let out an earth-shattering roar that traversed the river of history, their blood actually boiled and their souls resonated. The king of the dragon was filled with a murderous aura. Only the palm that allowed Lingxi to stand was the most gentle part of him. Little she, I'll let you see how your husband will dominate the world and be invincible. Long Chen's laughter shook the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. The girl in the dragon's palm was completely bathed in happiness. Mo Xiaolang was equally excited. He took a deep look at Long Chen, then walked to the side and said in a clear voice, Sword Master Ling Hua, I only need to help my elder brother to deal with you. Follow me. This time, it was Long Chen's side that challenged the four great sword sovereigns. The four great sword sovereigns exchanged glances. Ling Hua, be careful and do your best. If my side has the upper hand, I'll let the other two help you. Sword Master Lingwu said solemnly. It's fine. You guys focus on dealing with Long Chen. That kid is very strange. The four great sword sovereigns were afraid of Long Chen. Therefore, they sent 3 people to fight Long Chen. Swordmaster Linghua wielded the Pear Blossom Snow Sword and charged towards Mo Xiaolang amidst the flying pear blossoms. The beautiful pear blossoms in the sky were actually a part of the Pear Blossom Snow Sword. With Swordmaster Lingwu as the core, there were 3 great sword sovereigns. Swordmaster Lingwu was at the front, Heavenly Swordmaster on the left, and Demonic Sky Swordmaster on the right. The 3 divine swords surged with majestic sword chi and rushed towards Long Chen. The 4 great sword sovereigns were extremely ruthless. After taking Long Chen seriously, they immediately used the most ferocious attack. Help me cut this reptile in half. Swordmaster Lingwu roared furiously. The galaxy refining sword soared into the sky. On the left was a vast galaxy and on the right was blazing lava. Sword intent appeared and the galaxy reversed. The Heavenly Swordmaster and Heavenly Swordmaster received the order and went ahead to interfere with Long Chen. Connate Dao Technique, Sky Penetrating Sword Technique. Beside the Royal Heaven Sword Master, the astral sword in his hand instantly transformed into 36 swords. Under the control of the Royal Heaven Sword Master, the 36 Tiangang swords instantly expanded. Each Tiangang sword expanded to a length of 100 meters and was shockingly sharp. Activate. At that instant, the 36 Tiangang swords shot out. On the other side, the 72 earthly fiend swords that were 80 meters long also used the sky-penetrating sword technique and charged towards Long Chen. 2 Dao weapons with 8 Dao patterns were intended to pierce the divine dragon before them into a hornet's nest. 8 Dao patterns. This was the peak of Dao weapons from the Middle Ages. When the 36 Tiangang swords moved, the sky changed color. When the 72 earthly fiend swords moved, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The might of the sword Dao instantly shocked the world. Everyone present was amazed. In fact, the attack power of a sword martial artist had always exceeded that of a martial artist of the same level. Their control of sword-shaped Dao weapons was also stronger. When the 36 Tiangang swords and 72 earthly fiend swords charged towards Long Chen, everyone was looking forward to seeing the combat power of these massive divine weapons. Boom! Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. In the face of this massive attack, he revealed a disdainful smile. His body moved and a blood-colored mist formed in front of him. His massive body was hidden within. When the 36 Tiangang swords and 72 earthly fiend swords were about to pierce Long Chen, they were all repelled. They did not even pierce through the blood-colored dragon scales of Long Chen. A Dao weapon with 8 Dao patterns could not pierce through the dragon scales. Countless swords were sent flying wildly. At this moment, countless experts thought that they were blind. Chapter 1598. The 4 great swordmasters and all the spectators had already thought highly of Long Chen's current combat strength. However, when they saw how effortlessly Long Chen used the dragon scale and the surrounding blood-colored aura to send the 36 Big Dipper swords and 72 earthly fiend swords flying, their worldview was completely shattered. It was only now that everyone realized that Long Chen seemed to have become an unparalleled expert. The 4 great sword masters were already peak experts. Anyone who could defeat the 4 great sword masters would definitely be the strongest expert in the 3 regions and 9 realms apart from the 3 great emperors. Many people asked in disbelief, has he already reached such a level? 80 million disciples had witnessed the birth of this legend. Don't panic. The Lingwu swordmasters' roar silenced the crowd. The 3 great swordmasters stood proudly in the sky. The Royal Sky Swordmaster and the Demonic Sky Swordmaster were already scared stiff. Both of them looked at the divine dragon in the blood-colored aura in shock. The 36 Big Dipper Swordmasters and 72 Earthly Fiend Swordmasters seemed insignificant in the face of the divine dragon's might. The Lingwu Swordmasters' "Don't panic" was meant for them. At that moment, the Lingwu Swordmaster's expression was firm, but he was extremely shocked. The Lingwu Swordmaster bit down hard on his lips as he looked at the cold and detached divine dragon, then looked at Ling Shi, who was easily shielded in front of his chest. The Lingwu Swordmaster gritted his teeth and roared, "Both of you, show me your strongest moves." Based on this sentence, it was obvious that he valued Long Chen to the extreme. He had long known that given Long Chen's talent, he would one day surpass him. However, he did not expect that day to come so soon. He was unwilling to give up. No matter what, he had to give it one last try. He did not believe that a single person could improve so much. The Royal Sky Swordmaster and the Demonic Sky Swordmaster heard the order. The Sky Teleportation Sword technique could no longer hold back Long Chen, so they could only use the most powerful move they had in their lives for one last time. At that moment, the Royal Sky Swordmaster and the Demonic Sky Swordmaster surrounded Long Chen from both sides. The Royal Heavenly Sword Owner gathered the 36 Heaven Dipper swords together and pointed them toward the starry sky. A massive sword intent and a towering sword aura burst forth. Sword Quintessence, Empyrean Sword Sovereign descend upon the world. The Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master yelled. This move was very similar to Wang Chen's demon image. It was a method to amplify one's strength to the limit. A large number of sword shadows gathered on the bodies of the 2 sword masters. The countless sword shadows coiled into a sword sphere. The 2 sword masters shone with an astonishing light, like 2 suns in the starry sky. With my sword, I will activate the power of the 36 heavenly stars. With my sword, I will activate the power of the 72 earthly fiend stars. Both of them wore solemn expressions as they pointed their swords at the heavens and roared. At that moment, the sky changed color. In the sky, the trajectories of the 36 Heaven Dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars were greatly affected. Although they were no longer a whole number due to the destruction of the crowd, the divine power of the stars was still present. Under the summons of the 2 sword masters, the 36 heaven dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars absorbed the power of the stars for thousands of years and gathered it in the form of a net. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it struck the 36 heaven dipper swords and 72 earthly fiend swords. In an instant, the starry sky was incomparably dazzling. Even Long Chen's body was annihilated by the dazzling starlight. As expected of their strongest move, they could only execute such an attack with the 36 heaven dipper stars. After accumulating the terrifying power for a moment, the royal sky sword owner felt like his body was about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 36 heaven dipper swords. With my blood, the divine power of the heaven dipper stars descend. The heaven dipper stars rise, million star blades. On the other side, the demonic sky sword master did the same thing. With my blood, the divine power of the earthly fiend stars descend. The earthly fiend stars rise, floating ghostly shadows. The supreme sword Tao caused one's expression to change. The royal sky sword owner carried the power of the heavenly dipper stars. The 36 heaven dipper swords condensed a million star blades and charged towards Long Chen's 10,000-meter tall body. On the other side, the demon sky sword owner carried the power of the earthly fiend stars. The 72 heaven dipper swords formed the floating ghostly shadows and descended from the sky to kill. At this moment, the Lingwu sword owner was already prepared. As long as Long Chen was trapped, he would be able to execute a fatal move. At this moment, between his two swords, under the Milky Way sword in his left hand, there was a vast and majestic river with the water of the river Styx surging within it. Under the refined God's sword in his right hand, heavenly fire descended. It was like the heart-eroding demonic fire, covering an area of 1,000 meters and burning horribly. This was an attack formed by the Lingwu sword owner combining the Tao of water and Tao of fire. The combination of the three swords had boundless power. Surrounded by the three swords, the originally domineering Long Chen was now in a passive state. Die! The elderly royal heaven sword owner and the demon sky sword owner attacked with all their might. The million star blades and floating ghostly shadows descended instantly. At this moment, the divine dragon, who was shrouded in death, let out an angry roar. This was the first time it had roared. The sound waves of this roar reverberated. In the sky, the 36 Big Dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars were all pushed back. At this moment, the divine dragon's movements were incomparably fast. One of its claws protected Ling Shi, while the other huge dragon claw attacked the royal heavenly sword master. In between the dragon claws, a horrifying blood-colored imprint was formed. Within the imprint, trillions of living beings were struggling, howling, crying, and emitting terrifying resentment and killing intent. When the imprint was formed, even the royal heaven sword master was almost dumbfounded. At this moment, the mysterious blood-colored mark clashed with the million star blades. The terrifying divine dragon used its overwhelming power to send the 36 Big Dipper swords and the royal heaven sword owner flying. Like a meteorite, he fell into the sword god palace and blasted the entire white jade square into smithereens. Blood splattered everywhere. The royal heaven sword owner was beaten half to death by this move. The 36 Big Dipper swords scattered and stabbed themselves into the ground around the royal heaven sword owner, forming a ring. The royal heaven sword owner was covered in blood as he looked at the divine dragon soaring in the sky with a confused and horrified gaze. Ah! The divine dragon's body twisted. Before the demon sky sword owner could descend, the blood-colored mark fought against the 72 earthly fiend swords. Long Chen once again used his terrifying power to strike the demon sky sword owner down. Just like the royal heaven sword owner, he was almost dead. The 72 earthly fiend swords descended and formed a ring that surrounded the demon sky sword owner. The two sword owners had all their bones broken. In less than 2 hours, they were almost immobilized by the destructive power of the divine dragon. What was power? This was true power. At this moment, Long Chen's violent power shocked everyone once again. The two sword masters, who were at the fourth level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, were easily defeated by Long Chen after using their strongest moves. They were on the verge of death. In an instant, two of the four great sword masters had been defeated by Long Chen in a domineering manner. The crowd fell silent when they saw the tragic state of the two sword owners. The dignified Jinwu Great Emperor took a deep breath as he stared in shock at the huge divine object hidden in the blood mist. He was so excited that he even forgot himself. At this moment, he finally understood that he had made the right choice by choosing Long Chen. Two sword owners had been killed in an instant. The Lingwu sword owner had originally prepared a killing move, but when he saw this scene, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. Not only was he afraid, but he was also crazy. He had fallen into the same state as Wang Chen. Long Chen had also experienced that crazy but powerless state when he was crushed by the Lingwu sword owner. At this moment, Long Chen's massive body was coiled up as he stared at the Lingwu swordmaster with a sinister gaze. With a mighty voice, he asked, "Tell me, with the might I've displayed today, do I have the qualifications to take Lingxi away and give her freedom and life?" The Lingwu sword owner took 10 steps back and shook his head desperately. He had fallen into a demonic barrier and couldn't extricate himself. His eyes were bloodshot and completely red. "This is just my imagination. You can't do it. Lingxi is the Sword Spirit Emperor. She is the pillar of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. No one can take her away. What if I kill you?" Long Chen sneered. "Die?" The Lingwu sword owner had a chance to reach the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation. He didn't want to die at all. He was waiting for the moment when the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace surpassed the Desolate Emperor Palace. And Long Chen was a rock blocking his way. "I won't die." The Lingwu sword owner roared. "Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated the two of them? Long Chen, you still can't change your naive personality." The Lingwu sword owner's body was burning with anger. In his left hand, the water of the river Styx surged, and in his right hand, heavenly fire burned. The Lingwu sword owner let out a roar and summoned his strongest power. He could defeat the other 3 sword owners by himself, so why should he be afraid of Long Chen? "If you can block this move of mine, then you have the right to negotiate with me." With a roar, the Lingwu sword owner struck with both swords. Connate Dao Art, fusion of water and fire, sword shatters cosmos. The Milky Way refining sword soared into the sky and turned into a 1,000-meter-long gigantic sword. Under the fusion of water and fire, the explosive power struck towards Long Chen. This move was meant to cut Long Chen in half. The power of this move surpassed the combined power of the two sword owners. The Lingwu sword owner naturally had the right to be arrogant. When this move was used, even the Demon Dragon Palace Master and the others were shocked. Long Chen responded carefully. "Chen, please don't kill him." Lingxi begged softly. After all, he was her father. "Don't worry. I understand." He still had this sense of propriety. The Lingwu sword owner had his own obsession, but he wasn't a bad person. Under everyone's expectation, Long Chen's huge body began to move for the first time. At this time, everyone realized that although his body was huge, his agility and speed were top-notch. He suddenly turned around and swung his huge and powerful tail. For a moment, the space exploded. Wherever the tail went, all the stars were shaken into powder, and it rained gravel between heaven and earth. This was the real divine dragon swinging its tail. P.S. Yesterday, the number of flowers reached a new high, breaking through 3,000. Today's update, it topped nearly 8,000 yesterday. Brothers, your combat power is amazing. I'm convinced. In the future, I don't dare to remind everyone to top. Chapter 1599. With the body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the strength and speed of the divine dragon tail whip had surpassed the limits of the world. The blood-red shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was like a blood-red whip. With a speed 10 times faster than the Milky Way God-refining sword's heaven and earth-shattering sword, it suddenly collided with the 1,000-meter-long blade. Long Chen's divine dragon tail whip showed them what strength and speed were. The dragon tail was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. The power of the dragon tail was so great that stars exploded wherever it went. This was a visually shocking confrontation. The Lingwu sword master, who was at the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm, had used the heaven and earth breaking sword that he had comprehended in his lifetime. However, it was easily broken by Long Chen's divine dragon tail whip. The terrifying speed and strength of the dragon shattered the power of the heaven and earth breaking sword. The 1,000-meter-long lightsaber was completely shattered by the dragon tail. The shattering of the lightsaber was accompanied by the collapse of the lightsaber's strength. The huge impact hit the Lingwu sword master's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was pushed back 1,000 meters before he could stabilize his body. Even so, his face was still pale. This battle caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone had thought that the flexibility and speed of Long Chen's huge body would be reduced. However, they didn't expect that a 10,000-meter-long body could be so agile. The head of the blood-colored divine dragon was nowhere to be seen. Once again, it disappeared into the blood-colored clouds. When the Lingwu sword master managed to suppress his injuries with great difficulty, Long Chen's booming voice was heard once again. "You've lost. Do you think I'm qualified to take Lingxi away now?" This quiet but arrogant question made the Lingwu sword master want to vomit blood. This was a task given by the sword soul the Arch. If he couldn't complete it, how could he face his ancestors? The Lingwu sword master couldn't accept the huge difference. He fell into a state of madness, and his eyes were bloodshot. Long Chen had made him feel so helpless. The 10,000-meter-long cold creature had made him collapse. The Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master were defeated. And at this time, on another battlefield that no one paid attention to, the sun-devouring demon wolf defeated Sword Master Linghua and subdued her. Surrounded by the 9 nether demon ancestral flame, if it wasn't for Mo Xiaolang showing mercy, Sword Master Linghua definitely wouldn't have survived. But even so, she had completely lost her combat strength. Of the 4 great sword masters, only he was left. Was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace going to be destroyed? The Lingwu swordmaster's face turned even more miserable. His eyes were filled with extreme anger. "Stop struggling. Right now, you should understand the situation you're in. I'm no longer someone you can need as you please. You can't control my life, much less little Shi's. Wake up." If he wasn't Lingxi's father, Long Chen would really kill him. Although he was decisive in killing, he had a sense of propriety in his heart. Although Lingxi hated the sword master of Lingwu to some extent, they were still father and daughter. She was a kind girl. If he killed the sword master of Lingwu, she would probably never forgive him for the rest of her life. Only Long Chen knew how powerful he was at this moment. "No." The Lingwu sword master shook his head in agony. His face was covered with malevolence. He couldn't accept this outcome. He had promised the Sword Soul the Arch that he would do it for her, but he was going to fail today? Such a dramatic plan was going to be ruined by Long Chen? He wasn't willing. He absolutely wasn't willing. Long Chen revealed a cold smile when he saw Qin Nan's crazed appearance, which reminded him of his previous self. His majestic voice echoed once again. "Stop deceiving yourself over that laughable love of yours. In your eyes, Lingxi isn't that important at all. Your loyalty and foolishness have blinded your eyes. You're currently pushing your own daughter into the abyss, but in the name of righteousness, even if I have to give up my life, I won't let you have your way." These words ignited the Lingwu swordmaster's anger. His eyes turned even redder and filled with endless murderous intent. "Long Chen, you talk too much. You haven't won yet, so don't talk to me like a victor, all right?" Swordmaster Lingwu suddenly burst out laughing. He seemed to have gone mad. "Long Chen, you're talking too much." The blow that Long Chen had given him today was too great. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had finished his battle and returned to the square. The Lingwu swordmaster combined the Milky Way soul-refining sword into a blue and red crystal blade. This was the true form of the Milky Way soul-refining sword. At this moment, it was the true fusion of water and fire. The mighty aura of an ancient Dao artifact in the top 8 Dao patterns was released. The Lingwu swordmaster could almost exert the power of the Milky Way soul-refining sword to the extreme. Due to his anger and madness, he channeled all his strength into the Milky Way soul-refining sword. In a short period of time, he had accumulated an extremely powerful attack. Long Chen suddenly realized that this move was much more powerful than the previous universe-shattering sword. The Lingwu swordmaster was exhausting all his strength, even at the cost of many irreparable injuries, just to teach Long Chen a painful lesson and defeat him again. He was still immersed in the memory of how he could abuse Long Chen at will and couldn't extricate himself. "My power, explode! Explode!" The Lingwu swordmaster raised the Milky Way soul-refining sword high in the air. The aura of the sword soared into the sky, gathering explosive power. This was the power of a top sword martial artist. The Lingwu swordmaster was undoubtedly the strongest swordsman in the 3 regions and 9 realms. "Burn, my divine sword!" With a fanatical look in his eyes, he offered his strength. The crystal-like Milky Way soul-refining sword was really burning, and there was water surging within it. He even used this move. Lingwu is really crazy. Kuanpeng Demon Monarch, one of the 6 demon monarchs, said. "So what? We are no longer a match for this Long Chen. If Lingwu doesn't use his peak understanding of Sword Dao, he will definitely be tortured to death by that kid." Devouring Moon Demon Monarch said helplessly. Once the Milky Way soul-refining sword appeared, the galaxy reversed, and the orbit of the stars became chaotic. At this moment, 6 illusory pictures appeared behind the Milky Way soul-refining sword. These 6 pictures were the microcosms of the 6 great worlds. Some of these worlds were happy, some were tragic, but they all looked very real. However, none of them could be touched. The Lingwu swordmaster soared into the sky, looking down at Long Chen, and roared, "The reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor is the greatest event in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the past 10,000 years. We have prepared for this for hundreds of years, and spent endless energy, just for the rise of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Whoever dares to stop me, no matter who you are, you shall die." This old man was the one who refused to come to his senses. He really broke Lingxi's heart. Long Chen was also enraged. When the Lingwu swordmaster executed the strongest sword move he had comprehended in the Sword Dao, the enraged Long Chen also launched a counterattack. 6 unreal moments were now integrated into the Sky River refining sword of the Lingwu swordmaster. In an instant, the sword's power increased by nearly 50%. At this moment, the Lingwu swordmaster's eyes were filled with sword intent. He bit his tongue, and his mouth was full of blood, but he didn't care. The Milky Way soul-refining sword slashed down. Khanate Dao Technique, 6 Dao Sovereign Sword. This was the Lingwu swordmaster's strongest move. It was the peak of his life. Hundreds and thousands of third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists died under this move. There were even 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists who died. This was also why he was proud of it. The 6 Dao Sovereign Sword slashed down, and the galaxy of the Celestial Dipper Star and Earthly Fiend Star was directly split into 2, separating Long Chen from him. The middle part was completely shattered under the trajectory of the 6 Dao sovereign sword, turning into star-shaped dust. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-meter-long divine dragon was once again facing a fatal threat. Everyone couldn't help but worry for Long Chen. This time, could Long Chen create another miracle? One should know that the Lingwu Swordmaster was a 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artist. Excluding the 3 emperors, he was almost an ultimate expert. And the answer was yes. After passing the 1st-stage Nirvana Tribulation, Long Chen absorbed the Nirvana power equivalent to the 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation. The Nirvana power in his body was now similar to the early stage of the 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation. Although the ancestral dragon's body was only a young dragon, the strength of its physical body and the Nirvana power had already surpassed the current Lingwu Swordmaster. What was even more terrifying were the Khanate Dao techniques that were similar to the divine powers that the ancestral dragon had left behind. For example, the strange blood-colored mark that Long Chen used to defeat the Heavenly Royal Sword Master and the Heavenly Demon Sword Master was the most basic Khanate Dao technique from the primordial spiritual blood dragon, Massacre Dragon Seal. This was the first attack that Long Chen had received from the primordial spiritual blood dragon. The power of the Massacre Dragon Seal was obvious. As for the Khanate Dao technique from the Void Aeon Dragon, the 3 stages of the Extreme Universe Finger were actually all of them. The Extreme Universe Finger was the introduction to the Time Dao that Long Qinglan had organized for Long Chen. Time stillness, time disorder, and time reversal were all Dao that became more and more profound. They were the embodiment of the Time Dao. Long Qinglan had once absorbed the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon, which was extremely important to Long Chen. Therefore, his foundation in the Time Dao was also very solid. It was so solid that he could immediately use the Khanate Dao technique from the Void Aeon Dragon after obtaining it. Long Chen's primordial spirit was also a young Void Aeon Dragon, so it also had all the talents of the Void Aeon Dragon. The physical body of the primordial spiritual blood dragon and the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon. When the 6 Daos Emperor sword slashed down, the huge divine dragon hidden in the cloud spat out 4 words, Phantasmal Dreams. Phantasmal Dreams was a Khanate Dao technique from the Void Aeon Dragon. Chapter 1600. In fact, the reason why Long Qinglan had placed the Void Astral Dragon in Long Chen's primordial spirit was because he had sensed that the Void Astral Dragon's existence was more of a primordial spirit's power. When the beautiful Xiantian Dao technique, Illusionary Bubble Shadow, was executed, a formless ripple that looked like a bubble welcomed the 6-path Emperor sword. The source of the elusive mirage was Long Chen's understanding of time disorder. It was like a torrent of bubbles, but it was actually a manifestation of the power of time disorder. When the torrent of bubbles met the attack of the 6 Daos Imperial Sword, the disorder began to occur. The flow of time in this large expanse of elusive mirage was different. Some places were faster, while others were slower. This caused the power control system of the Lingwu Swordmaster to completely collapse in an instant. It was impossible for Long Chen to launch such an attack with just the extreme cosmic finger and time disorder. Only the Khanate Dao technique of the Void Astral Dragon could create such an effect. The elusive mirage was actually equivalent to a disintegration technique. It used the time disorder to collapse the power system of the Lingwu Swordmaster, causing this terrifying attack to collapse. In fact, the elusive mirage had another effect, which was equivalent to the effect of Xiao Lang's moonswallowing magic power. The power that had been disintegrated by the elusive mirage was integrated into the torrent of elusive mirage due to the power reversal. It actually turned back in the direction of the Lingwu Swordmaster at an even more terrifying speed. This time, everything happened in an instant. In everyone's eyes, the soaring 6 Daos Imperial Sword slashed down with shocking power. However, at this moment, an invisible torrent of bubbles swept towards the 6 Daos Imperial Sword from Long Chen's dragon head. When the invisible torrent of bubbles touched the 6 Daos Imperial Sword, the 6 Daos Imperial Sword disintegrated instantly and turned into the most primitive power to counterattack the Lingwu Swordmaster. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The Lingwu Swordmaster was even more dumbfounded. He had used the 6 Daos Imperial Sword to kill countless people and establish his reputation as the strongest sword master. However, his ultimate killer move had been easily broken today. Just like when the two great sword masters had been defeated by Long Chen's Massacre Dragon Seal, the Royal Sky Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master were also completely stunned. These two moves were actually so powerful. On the other hand, these two Khanate Dao techniques were only the two most basic and insignificant techniques of the two ancestral dragons. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the counterattack of the torrent of power completely drowned the Lingwu Sword Master in the first instant. Boom! A terrifying sound shook the area. Several huge stars around the Lingwu Sword Master exploded at this moment. The sky was filled with fragmented stars and they once again swept towards the shattered star river. Meteorites rained down from the starry sky. A large number of meteorites flew towards the shattered star river like cannonballs. From this day on, the density of fragmented stars in the shattered star river would increase tenfold. Because there were too many stars exploding. Lingwu has been powerful for a long time. He was given the title of the strongest sword master, the leader of the 4 great sword masters. But today, he lost so miserably. It can't be helped. No matter how arrogant he is, he still has to be like this. His opponents have always been legends. I originally thought of him as a young man, but after today's comparison, if I were to face him, I would probably end up worse than the Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master. I probably can't even beat those two. That's right. How did Long Chen create such a miracle? He could even defeat the Lingwu Sword Master in one move. Looking at the blood-colored divine dragon swimming in the starry sky, the 9 realms lords and the 6 demonic emperors were all in awe. The ancient Yuan spirit realm lord's face was even paler. Realm Lord, nonsense, shut up. From now on, don't say anything. The ancient Yuan spirit realm lord was so frightened that he quickly stopped him. What a joke. The Lingwu Swordmaster's strength was similar to his. Even the Lingwu Swordmaster was killed in one move. Wasn't it courting death to discuss how to obtain the heart of the city lord of the vein at this time? Everyone understood one thing. From today on, the 3 regions and 9 realms belonged to Brother Long Chen. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, the only people who could be stronger than Long Chen were the 2 remaining great emperors. Jinwu Great Emperor was like a master to Long Chen, and the Desolation Emperor was Mo Xiaolang's adoptive father. They could only protect these 2. Even the 4 great sword masters had been defeated so miserably. In this world, no one could stop Long Chen. At least for now, he was invincible under the 4 Nirvana tribulations. Long Chen had a better understanding of his own strength. After transforming into the ancestral dragon, his Nirvana power was similar to that of the 6 demonic emperors, the 3 martial venerables, and Mo Xiaolang. However, the primordial blood spiritual dragon's physical body was too strong. It gave him a huge boost in combat power. Even an 8-pattern Dao weapon could not cut through it. This showed how strong this physical body was. Moreover, as Long Chen's strength grew, the strength of this physical body would become more and more terrifying. The Void Cosmic Dragon would strengthen Long Chen's primordial spirit. As for his understanding of the heavenly Dao, Long Chen was still at the enlightenment stage. He was most proficient in the Massacre Dao, but with his current understanding, he could only display the most basic Massacre Dragon Seal among the Massacre Dao Seals, which was the primordial blood spiritual dragon scale. Similarly, in terms of the Time Dao, he had a basic understanding of the 3 attributes, time disorder, stillness, and countercurrent. However, only the most proficient attribute, time disorder, could allow him to display the terrifying Connate Dao technique, illusionary mirage. With multiple combinations, he had the means to instantly kill the Lingwu sword master. Of course, if he maintained the divine dragon's body, the consumption of nirvana force would be terrifying. For example, when Long Chen defeated the three sword masters, he had almost used up all his nirvana force and could only transform into a human form. In a human form, his physical strength would decrease a lot, and the power of the ancestral dragon's Connate Dao technique would also be weakened. However, the total amount of nirvana force would not change. Therefore, in a human form, an ordinary early-stage fourth nirvana tribulation martial artist would probably not be a match for Long Chen. When the Lingwu sword master was swept by the illusionary mirage and the power of the six Dao sovereign sword, the horrifying blood-colored divine dragon in the starry sky finally disappeared. The familiar young man floated down from the starry sky with a girl in a red dress in his arms. After passing the nirvana tribulation, Long Chen's body had undergone a huge transformation and rebirth. At this moment, he had become even more handsome and spirited. The inheritance of the ancient blood spiritual dragon had truly affected his appearance. Even if others saw his human form, they would still feel the murderous dragon might from his body, which made them shudder with fear. In another direction, the Lingwu sword master was like a kite with a broken string. He fell on the white jade square in the starry sky and created another huge pit. The 8 Dao pattern Dao artifact, the Milky Way soul refining sword, was divided into two and stabbed into his left and right sides. At this moment, the Lingwu sword master was covered in blood. Just like Long Chen, the power of the 6 Dao sovereign sword had counterattacked and caused great damage to him. At this moment, his injuries were similar to the Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master. He had basically lost all his combat strength. After falling to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell powerlessly to the ground. The difference between the two was obvious. When Long Chen came to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he swore that he would definitely do those two things for Lingxi. Today, he finally succeeded. Not only did he overcome his biggest obstacle, but he also fulfilled his long-cherished wish. At this moment, Lingxi had her own freedom and fate. Under the protection of Long Chen, no one in this world would dare to control her life. That beautiful couple made everyone envious, and everyone was in awe of them. When they descended, no one dared to say a word at this moment. Mo Xiaolang was not far away, monitoring the three injured sword masters. When Long Chen descended, the two of them exchanged a glance. Long Chen saw the reverence that Mo Xiaolang had for him. It seemed that in Mo Xiaolang's heart, Long Chen would always be the strongest. He admired Long Chen's spirit. Long Chen couldn't express his gratitude. He had more important things to do, so he could only nod his head at Mo Xiaolang. However, he could guarantee and swear that if Mo Xiaolang encountered any trouble, he would definitely make the troublemaker suffer the most severe punishment in the world. This was his oath. There was no need to say too much between brothers. After landing, Lingxi looked flustered as she hurried over to the Lingwu sword master. The tear stains in her eyes had yet to disappear. No matter what, the Lingwu sword master was her father. No matter how much she hated the Lingwu sword master, she couldn't deny that they were related by blood. Standing beside him, Lingxi stared at this stubborn man who was currently sprawled on the ground and coughing out blood. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably. She really wanted to help him up, but she didn't dare to. She was afraid that this man would fling her away, afraid that he would scold her. Long Chen hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Do what you want to do." Lingxi nodded heavily. She let go of the hatred in her heart and walked over magnanimously to help this dignified man up from the ground. The Lingwu sword master kept his head down. He didn't fling her hand away, nor did he humiliate her. "Father." Looking at the blood on his body, Lingxi's heart ached. No matter how stubborn this man was, in Lingxi's memory, when she was young, he was the one who often teased her. He was also the one who accompanied her. He was also the one who taught her how to cultivate for the first time. Every girl had deep feelings for their father. They respected and loved him, but they could not say it out loud. Lingxi was the same. In fact, Longchen really wanted to kill him. However, when he saw Lingxi, he held back. He also had a father, so he knew what a father meant to his children. No matter how terrible and disgusting this father was, he was still a father. If he could repent, it could be said that it would be the greatest good. The other three swordmasters were already treating their injuries. Are you pitying me? Lingxi. The Lingwu swordmaster smiled self-mockingly and gently pulled his hand out of her arms. No. Lingxi said stubbornly. The Lingwu swordmaster took a few steps back and then raised his head in embarrassment. He looked at Longchen coldly and then looked at Lingxi. Good, very good, very good. I'm useless. You defeated me, so you can go far away. P.S. The number of readers of Dragon Blood War God has already surpassed 17K. However, because most of them are on pirated websites, more and more people come to 17K to read the free version because the original version is really good. The readers who read the original version can circle the earth 3 times. P.S. I implore Tower Reading, QQ Bookstore, Duoku, and other readers who need to pay to read it to stay where they are. These places are third-party partners and are also the original version. Your subscription is the greatest support for crazy people. This event is mainly aimed at non-paying readers. Finally, I thank my dragon brothers for following me all the way. I will fight to the end. Next Monday, I want to fight for the first place on the entire website. I hope that the brothers who read pirated versions can help me. On that day, I need 600,000 hits. I need 1,000 hits. Chapter 1601. The 4 great sword sovereigns were defeated. To the older generation of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this was an unbearable blow. But to the younger disciples, this was something that stirred up their blood. Long Chen's sincerity and tenacity had won their admiration. From today onwards, among the tens of thousands of people here, including the 9 Boundaries Realm Lords, there was an additional name in their hearts. That name was Long Chen. In the 3 regions and 9 boundaries, not many people were his match. Especially when he transformed into his dragon form, his strength and aura were unparalleled. What was Long Chen going to do next? He didn't want to bring Lingxi away. In Long Chen's opinion, now that he had achieved his goal, it was more important for them to face the upcoming calamity together. Hence, he had to complete one thing first. When the Lingwu sword master pushed Lingxi away with an excited look on his face, Long Chen stood in front of him. What? You've already won. Even the 4 great sword sovereigns aren't your match. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is nothing to you. You still want to kill me to vent your anger? The Lingwu sword sovereign said with a trembling voice. No one had ever forced him to such a state before. At this moment, his heart was in a state of turmoil and he couldn't calm down. The crowd tensed up. Long Chen had already become a hero among men. Was he really going to kill the Lingwu sword sovereign? With such a strong killing intent, he had killed Wang Chen before, so he would probably do the same thing now. However, they had underestimated Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen shook his head and held Lingxi's hand. After a moment of silence, he solemnly said, "There are many misunderstandings between us. Let me make it clear." When he spoke up to this point, he took a deep glance at Lingxi and said, "You're naturally aware that I love Lingxi, and I'll protect her. No one can touch her at all. However, I'm not trying to take away your daughter. I just hope that you can treat her properly and cast aside your so-called mission as the Sword Soul Emperor." Wouldn't that be even better? Little she will still become the Sword Spirit Great Emperor and protect the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It's just that the memories will be different. This situation was indeed much better than Long Chen taking Lingxi away. The Lingwu Sword Master sneered, "Brat, what do you mean by this?" Seeing that her father was still immersed in the pain of failure, Lingxi took over. She looked at her father tenderly and said, "He just doesn't want me to lose my memories. He doesn't want us to forget each other. If I'm really the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Emperor, why do I have to inherit my past memories? Isn't it better for me to be a new me? You can accept Long Chen, and our family can live a better life. Whether it's the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace or the True Martial Emperor Palace, both will become stronger. Mother and I will also live happily. Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Lingxi's words were very sincere. The tears in her eyes made the Lingwu Sword Master feel lost for the first time. At this time, Bai Yuyun excitedly walked to Lingxi's side. The two of them were equally beautiful, and they formed a unique scene. "Lingwu, you've already failed. You have no other choice. In the past, you relied on strength and authority to control everything. But today, you've also discovered that Shi-Er's life is no longer something you can control. Not even the 4 great sword masters can control it. I advise you to repent for the last time. I know you love your daughter. Have you still not woken up yet?" On one hand, it was Long Chen's suppression. On the other hand, it was his wife and son who were looking at him with anticipation. Lingwu was facing immense pressure and was about to go crazy. "Lingwu, give up," Sword Master Linghua suddenly said. The Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master also had helpless expressions. All along, the Lingwu Sword Master had been the most persistent person. But now that even he had been defeated, "Daddy, if you're willing to spare my life, I promise that I will still love you as much as before, okay?" Lingxi said with tears in her eyes. This made the Lingwu Sword Master finally feel guilty and sad. Forget it, forget it. I'm already powerless to change anything. This is no longer my world. You guys can do whatever you want. We, the 4 great sword masters, no longer have the ability to follow the Emperor's instructions. This is our sin. We can only do our best to offer our everything to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only then will we be able to wash away our sins. After saying this, the Lingwu Sword Master seemed to have aged a lot. The other 3 sword masters could only sigh helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chen was too strong, they definitely wouldn't have made this choice. Hearing the Lingwu Sword Master's words, Lingxi and her daughter finally cried tears of joy. Perhaps they could return to the time when Lingxi was young and have a happy family. Although the Lingwu Sword Master was stubborn and unreasonable, he wasn't a bad person. Long Chen had ruined his plans time and time again, so it was normal for him to have such a strong killing intent. Long Chen had also made the Lingwu Sword Master pay the price today and completely submit to him. Lord Long Chen was magnanimous and didn't hold it against his father-in-law. If it was someone else who had almost killed him time and time again, Long Chen definitely wouldn't let them live. He was sincerely happy for Lingxi. She was a good girl and definitely wouldn't want to see her family broken up. Long Chen was very envious of Lingxi. He was alone now, but he was shouldering the mission that his father had given him. In that case, take out the Sword Soul Emperor's memory. Long Chen didn't forget about this. As long as the other party's memory was still there, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. He could only destroy it. Hearing this, the hearts of the 4 great sword masters clenched. Even though they had already given up, the items left behind by the Sword Soul Great Emperor were sacred items to them. If Long Chen were to destroy them, how were they going to answer to the Sword Soul Great Emperor? Seeing their nervous expressions, Long Chen said, "You keep saying that Lingxi is the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Emperor, Ling Su. Now that the real Sword Soul Emperor is standing in front of you, why do you still need some past memories? As the four sword masters, can't you even understand this? People should look forward. Although that was what they said, it was still the Sword Soul Emperor's memory. Let me say a few words. Just then, the silent Jinwu Emperor suddenly spoke. Everyone quieted down. Jinwu Emperor said, "Let Ling Su come out. I have something to talk to her about." These words made everyone confused. What did he mean by asking Ling Su to come out for a while? "Emperor, what do you mean?" The Lingwu swordmaster gritted his teeth and asked, enduring his injuries. "Let her come out. You'll understand. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation." Jinwu Emperor's words carried weight. The Lingwu swordmaster glared at Long Chen with hatred. Long Chen waved his hand, bringing Ling Shi with him as he retreated a distance away from the Lingwu swordmaster. Only at this moment did the Lingwu swordmaster relax. He respectfully knelt on the ground and raised his hands. Gradually, a snow-white ball of light appeared on his palms. The ball of light emitted a misty light, and mist rose into the air. At the center of the ball of light, there seemed to be an exquisite woman dancing within it. "Ling Su, long time no see," Jinwu Emperor said in a low voice. Within the ball of light, the beautiful woman's dancing body gradually came to a stop. A voice that was as cool as water rang in everyone's ears. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're hiding in that doctrine instrument, aren't you?" the woman said. The four great sword masters were stunned. They were shocked because they had never heard of the light orb being able to speak. The Sword Soul Great Emperor had said that it was a memory orb and that it was just a ball of memories. Since it was a memory, how could it speak? The only explanation was that it wasn't a memory at all. Then, what could it be? Jinwu Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Should have died a long time ago." The woman in the ball of light lowered her head and said, "What happened today was beyond my expectations. I saw everything. You're right. No one can go against the heavenly way. All I had was a beautiful dream of rebirth. It seems that I was wrong." "Emperor, what happened?" The Lingwu sword master knelt on the ground and asked blankly. The Sword Soul Emperor sighed and said, "Lingwu, it's been hard on you. Today, I saw the two of them fighting for love. I know that I've sinned deeply. I'm not qualified to accept your worship. The secret reincarnation method was fabricated by me. It doesn't exist. I have nothing to do with Lingxi. I was the one who planted the pure goddess blood in her. I only wanted to use the soul integration Tao to occupy her body on the day the pure goddess blood was awakened. This is not my memory. It's the remnant of my primordial spirit." "What?" The four sword masters were dumbfounded. Jinwu Emperor must have known about it long ago. The secret reincarnation method was fake. If the Sword Soul Emperor had succeeded, Lingxi would have died for real. Long Chen was scared when he heard this. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. What a dangerous day. The Sword Soul Emperor's words were a huge blow to the Lingwu sword master. Everyone understood the truth. "Lingwu, I'm sorry. I pursued immortality. My obsession was too strong. You almost sacrificed your own daughter. I've already given up. Don't worry. I've died long ago. My primordial spirit was preserved because of this treasure. However, I don't have much time left. In the future, Lingxi will become the new Sword Soul Emperor. The four sword masters will support her and raise the prestige of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace." At this point, the Sword Soul Great Emperor looked at the world with infatuation. "Old man, I'll take my leave first." Sword Soul Great Emperor Ling Su gave Jinwu Great Emperor a deep look. "I won't see you off." The Jinwu Emperor smiled bitterly. No one knew what the story between them was. The Sword Soul Emperor's figure started to disappear. The light ball also started to melt. Lin Guo was still in a daze when he realized that the thing in his hand had disappeared. Chapter 1602. The Sword Soul Emperor had left. In order to pursue immortality, a woman became crazy and paranoid, but in the end, for some unknown reason, she calmly gave up. Perhaps only the Zhenwu Emperor himself knew the reason. After witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. It was time for this show to end. Long Chen was completely relieved. From today onwards, Lingxi was his wife. She was also safe, and because of the pure goddess blood, she would soon possess great potential. It was only at this moment that Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and welcomed the arrival of happiness. When the Sword Soul Emperor disappeared, the Lingwu Sword Master and the other 3 Sword Masters finally shed tears. They looked at each other and felt the same melancholy. They had originally thought that they were doing this for the Arch Palace and for justice, but the Sword Soul Emperor had lied to them. They naturally couldn't hate the Sword Soul Emperor, but they also couldn't hate Lingxi and Long Chen. This was just a show of fate, and no one could control it. Fortunately, because of Long Chen's appearance, this show was stopped, and everything was perfect. The Lingwu Sword Master struggled to stand up. He actually had a feeling that he did not have the face to see Ling Shi or Bai Yuyun. At this moment, his dignity and status had completely vanished. In particular, he had lost to the person that his daughter liked. This made him feel so embarrassed. He thought that his wife and daughter would despise him, but he didn't expect them to support him at this moment. The Lingwu Sword Master lifted his head in embarrassment, but he saw that Lingxi and Bai Yuyun didn't blame him at all. They still treated him as a father and a husband. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me." The Lingwu Sword Master dared to take responsibility for what he had done. At this moment, he lowered his status and the dignity of his family. "Daddy, if you are willing to do me a favor, I will forgive you." The makeup on Lingxi's face had long been washed away by her tears. Even so, she looked even more beautiful because of the existence of happiness. All her worries had disappeared, and she had returned to her previous mischievous self when she was with Long Chen. This was the result of the suppression in his heart completely disappearing. Happiness came quietly like this. "What is it?" Lingwu Sword Master asked blankly. "Help me and Chen hold the wedding ceremony," Lingxi said softly with a blush on her face. At that moment, she let go of the Lingwu Sword Master and came to Long Chen's side. A perfect match between a talented man and a beautiful woman. Looking at the two of them, the happiness in Lingxi's eyes, and Long Chen's determined face, Lingwu Sword Master felt that he had to start his life anew, even though he couldn't bring himself to do it. Therefore, he nodded heavily and agreed to Lingxi's conditions. Long Chen's invincibility today was the greatest romance for Lingxi. Therefore, she didn't ask for a grand scene or a bridal sedan chair. She only asked the Lingwu Sword Master and Bai Yuyun to sit in the seats of honor. Then, she and Long Chen would hold a piece of red silk, which was the wedding ribbon. After 10 years, it was finally time for them to get married. They were surrounded by all the peerless experts in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. In front of him, Bai Yuyun held back tears of joy as she looked at her daughter and son-in-law. Lingwu Sword Master raised his head and pretended to be very dignified, but he didn't dare to look in Long Chen's direction. "Wait," Long Chen said before they prepared to go through the wedding ceremony. Everyone was curious. What was he going to do? After a while, Long Chen placed another chair not far from the Lingwu Sword Master. "Father, I'm going to get married," Long Chen said in his heart. Then, he returned to his seat and held Lingxi's delicate hand. "First bow to heaven and earth." Under the presiding of the Master of Ceremonies, the two completed the wedding ceremony. From now on, they were officially husband and wife in front of everyone. When the last step was completed, Lingxi threw away the wedding ribbon in her hand and threw herself into Long Chen's arms. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She only felt the warmth of his body. This was the happiest moment of her life, and she would never forget it for the rest of her life. What else could be better than feeling each other's heartbeat in public? After coming out of Long Chen's arms, Lingxi bit her lips and stared at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. She said in a soft voice, "Chen, do you still remember when we were in the Myriad Kingdom's domain? I said that I would marry you." How could Long Chen forget this? It had been 10 years. For this day, to openly embrace Lingxi in front of everyone, they had both worked hard for 10 years. Finally, they had reaped today's happiness. Seeing them leaning on each other, even Bai Yuyun couldn't help but tear up. "Why are you crying on such a joyous occasion?" the Lingwu swordmaster said disdainfully. Bai Yuyun looked at him strangely and said, "My daughter is married. How can I not cry when I see her happy? Anyway, my daughter is more capable than I am. She's better at finding a husband than I am." The Lingwu swordmaster was speechless. Long Chen still remembered something else. When he had settled his personal affairs and completed everything, it was time for the Zhenwu Great Emperor to announce the real important matter. No matter how important Lingxi was, she was only a small part of him. The catastrophe of the 3 domains and 9 realms was the real deal. While Long Chen had been risking his life, he had also tried his best not to let his decisions and actions lead to the collapse of the 3 domains and 9 realms. In the end, he had succeeded. He had successfully brought home the beauty and fulfilled his long-cherished wish of 10 years. His love for Lingxi was deep, but besides Lingxi, he had many other important things to do. Those were all his responsibilities. Lingxi was a good girl. She would only fight side by side with Long Chen. From now on, she would never distract Long Chen. They had spent 10 years just for this moment together. From now on, they would never be separated. Lingxi had also grown up. She was no longer the child she used to be. She was about to become a sword-soul great emperor. She had great talent and strength. She would become Long Chen's left and right arms, just like Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen decided to dedicate his life to the common people when his love for a man and a woman had the best outcome. Not only for the world, but also for young Lingqing, who was still in his divine kingdom. As long as she didn't come back to life, Long Chen would never be at peace. Too many things have happened these days. I will tell you in detail later. The monarch came to the Sword Soul the Arch Palace today to announce something more important. Let's calm down first. After the ceremony, Long Chen whispered in Lingxi's ear. As long as Chen doesn't leave me, as long as you stay by my side, no matter what happens, I will support you and help you. I will be obedient." Lingxi was still surrounded by happiness. Today was her most beautiful moment. Long Chen smiled. When his woman's face was filled with happiness, he felt gratified and proud. This meant that he was strong and considerate. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. After all, he had brought too much shock to everyone. Long Chen suddenly said, "Thank you for everyone's blessings. From today onwards, I will do my best to serve the 3 regions and 9 realms." In fact, the sovereign monarch came here today because he has an even more important matter to discuss with everyone. Previously, I had a personal matter and disturbed everyone's discussion. I am truly sorry. Long Chen's words confused everyone. What was the so-called important matter? Only the Lord of the Supreme Shadow Realm knew. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Emperor Zhenwu. It turned out that Emperor Zhenwu had not come here just to help Long Chen propose marriage. Hearing Long Chen's words, the silver-haired man from the ancient Yuan spirit realm had a sharp look in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. At this moment, Emperor Zhenwu said calmly, "Since everyone is gathered here, I will inform everyone of the great calamity that the 3 domains and the 9 realms will experience in the next year so that everyone can prepare. I swear on my name that everything I said today is the truth. There is no falsehood. Lingwu, let the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace leave first. Seeing that Emperor Zhenwu was so serious, the Lingwu Swordmaster immediately ordered the tens of thousands of disciples to leave first. Those who could stay were at least in the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation realm. The Demon Dragon Palace Master seemed to have guessed something and asked hurriedly, "May I ask what exactly it is that could be called a catastrophe, Your Majesty?" He was the expert closest to the eternal hell. Emperor Zhenwu's eyes were solemn as he said in a clear voice, "I have to start from what happened to me in the City of the Wronged. Among those present, only Long Chen and I have interacted with the City Lord of the Wronged. I believe that after I came out of the City of the Wronged, I became much stronger. I'm sure you all know about the legend. The City Lord of the Wronged. To most people, this was a vague name. The City Lord of the Wronged was a prisoner of the Eternal Sacred Realm. He was sent to the lower realms and his body was dismembered and sealed. He may have been an all-powerful figure in the Eternal Sacred Realm when he was alive." Emperor Zhenwu slowly explained everything he knew from the beginning. This included the faction established by the ancestors of the 3 realms and 9 realms in the Eternal God Realm, defeating the City Lord of the Tragic Death, sealing the City Lord of the Tragic Death's heart in the true Martial Emperor Palace, and the most recent major event, the deaths of 80 million civilians in the Supreme Een Devil world. The major forces had heard about this, but they didn't know what was going on. He wanted to absorb the life force of 100 million people to regain his sight. I blew one of his eyes out with my own hands. This is absolutely true. If I'm lying, I'll die a horrible death. Long Chen also told his own experience. He had interacted with the City Lord of the Wronged the most, and many of his encounters couldn't be fabricated. Even the Lord of the Supreme Shadow Realm, Yi Guyu, admitted that this matter was true. It really came. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord's expression was solemn. I guessed it when the ghosts in the eternal hell went on a rampage. I didn't expect it to be true. I don't know how strong the City Lord of the Wronged is after his rebirth, but just the fact that he can turn a large number of civilians into ghosts is already a nightmare for us. If things get serious, it's not impossible for people to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everyone's expressions changed. Tomorrow, the 23rd volume will be released. On the 9th, which is Monday, I hope everyone can help the madman reach first place. This is a position I've never reached in my life. This week, I went from 7th place to 3rd place. 1st and 2nd place are authoritative, but if I can reach 3rd place, why can't I reach 1st place? For this battle, I may choose to release as many chapters as possible on Monday. I invite everyone to help me in this battle with the greatest sincerity. You can, click a few more times, send flowers. Most importantly, I hope that on Monday, all the pirated readers can come to 17,000 copies and read the free original to help me in this battle. Complete this historic moment. The glory of the dragon race is the motivation for my hard work. I am a hot-blooded dragon, and I don't want to be tied down by the shallows. As long as you are willing to help me, I will work hard to transform. With my greatest effort, I will contribute a fantasy classic and make the madman a god. Chapter 1603. None of the cultivators present doubted Emperor Zhenwu's words. When they learned all the information about the City Lord of the Wronged City, everyone's expression turned even heavier than before. Previously, it had been a battle between Long Chen and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. But now, the inexplicable flames of war and disaster had spread to everyone. If Emperor Zhenwu hadn't informed them in advance, none of them would have known that the 3 regions and 9 realms would encounter such a disaster that had never occurred in hundreds of thousands of years. Many people finally understood why great Emperor Zhenwu hadn't helped Long Chen previously. In great Emperor Zhenwu's heart, the people of the world were more important. Hence, he didn't want to ruin his relationship with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace no longer had any grudges against each other. In fact, their relationship would only get better and better in the future. Yi Guyu was someone who had personally experienced that disaster. Hence, at this moment, several realm lords who were on good terms with him were inquiring about the details of the 80 million deaths. Everyone's expressions were heavy as they discussed. In an instant, a gloomy cloud hung over everyone's heads. Long Chen. Suddenly, the Lingwu sword master's voice rang out. Long Chen turned his head. He wanted to ask him what was the matter, but he didn't know how to address him. He had just beaten him up, how could he address him as father-in-law? Do you think that given the city lord of the wronged city, he would be completely unreasonable and destroy the 3 regions and 9 realms? Do you think that he would treat the other factions like the supreme Devil world? Long Chen nodded. I've come into contact with him a few times. He's a madman who seeks revenge. I sealed his heart in my divine kingdom. Therefore, as long as I don't obtain his heart, I reckon that he won't give up. Once he obtains it, he might bring an even greater calamity to us. The news of the city lord of the wronged city's heart made everyone admire Long Chen even more. Such a benevolent and righteous act, as well as the courage to assume responsibility, required a great deal of courage. However, before Long Chen possessed the strength he had today, he had already closely linked the fate of all living beings in the world with himself. Hearing this, the Lingwu swordmaster clenched his teeth and finally said, I take back what I said before. You are indeed an admirable young man. I hope that our previous grudges can be forgotten. If the 3 regions and 9 realms are about to be destroyed, I think there is no reason for us not to unite. The last sentence was directed at the crowd. The Lingwu swordmaster had recovered from the shock just now and restored his capable look. He looked around. Even the 6 demonic emperors were frowning when they heard the news, and were discussing how to deal with it in hushed voices. The Zhenwu Great Emperor said, what Lingwu wanted to say is exactly what I wanted to say. Today, we are all gathered here to express our stance. If the city lord of the wronged really brings destruction to all the forces in the 3 regions and 9 realms, are you all willing to unite and face this catastrophe together? Sword Master Lingwu nodded and said, personal matters are the most important. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, as one of the 3 Emperor Palaces, is willing to put down all our grudges for the time being to face this calamity. The Great Emperor is someone I respect and would never joke about something like this. Therefore, I believe that this calamity is indeed imminent. Long Chen was very happy that the Lingwu swordmaster had such a thought. Chen. Lingxi cast a worried look at him. What's wrong? Is his heart really in your divine kingdom? How dangerous is that? Lingxi asked softly. Long Chen smiled and said, what kind of danger have I not encountered? This is an enemy that I must fight to the death. Even without a heart, he will still want to get rid of me. I am no longer who I used to be. Don't worry. Oh. I understand you. You're someone I respect. You have your own sense of responsibility and integrity. I only wish that I could help you with your hard work, and not let you fight on your own every time. Little Shi is also very good. Ling Shi puffed up her cheeks and said seriously. That cute look of hers made one want to kiss her. While Long Chen and Ling Shi were speaking, the martialists of the 12 factions expressed their stance one after another. No one thought that Great Emperor Zhenwu was joking, so they were already making their arrangements very seriously. Suddenly, he found someone looking at him. He turned his head and saw that it was the realm lord of the ancient Yuan spirit domain. He was a silver-haired man with a strange appearance. His strength was at the late stage of the 4th Nirvana tribulation. He must be very strong. The silver-haired man looked away very calmly. He was full of worry and continued to discuss with the others. Big brother. When I go back, I will talk to the Desolation Emperor about this matter and let him participate. The Desolation Emperor's palace is very powerful and will be of great help. Mo Xiaolang was already at Long Chen's side. He had not expected such a big thing to happen. Although the Desolation Emperor's palace is stronger, they are also interdependent. When the other forces are destroyed, it will be difficult for them to be alone, Long Chen said. I understand. As they were chatting, Xiaolang asked again, why didn't I see Kitten come out to make noise? Mo Xiaolang did not know about Kitten, and Long Chen did not want to mention it either. He smiled and said, he has a human form now, but he left me and went to play by himself. Otherwise, today would be the day we three brothers get together. Mo Xiaolang firmly believed Long Chen's words. But suddenly, the swords outside Sword God's palace started to riot. The four sword masters immediately became vigilant and said, someone is trying to charge into my Sword God's palace. Who is it? Sword Master Lingwu said, there's a myriad sword ocean grand formation outside my Sword God's palace. It's utterly impossible for those below the third level of the rebirth tribulation realm to enter. So, who would be so bold as to trespass into my Sword God's palace? As soon as the voice of the Lingwu sword master faded away, an illusory shadow rapidly broke through the trillion sword sea formation and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was a young man. He was very young, even younger than Wenren Shi. He had some baby fat and looked like a rascal. However, he was frowning at this moment. Kitten. Long Chen was stunned. He had not expected this fellow to appear as soon as he mentioned him. That's Kitten? Mo Xiaolang was stunned for a moment. How did this rascally lazy guy become so cute? Black puppy. Kitten was shocked. He hadn't expected that Mo Xiaolang would actually be here as well. He gazed at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with extreme shock, and he said furiously, both of your rebirth energy is on par with a 4th level rebirth tribulation realm expert, yet you actually gave me dragon transformation. My ancestors. That's too fast. It's too shocking. After that, he was even more shocked when he saw Lingxi. He said, you're even embracing a beauty. Looks like I'm already late. Those 4 sword masters and Wang Chen were beaten down by the 2 of you, right? Are their butts still fine? As soon as this fellow arrived, he talked a lot. Long Chen found that his mouth was particularly fast. It seemed that he had recovered from the previous incident and returned to his original nature. Seeing that he was Long Chen's friend, the martial artists present didn't care and continued their conversation. Seeing that Kitten had returned to his original appearance, Long Chen was very pleased. He hadn't dealt with this fellow for a long time. At this moment, his strength had soared. He grabbed Kitten in his hand and said with a smile, you're quite heavy. Where have you been recently? Today is my big day. Why haven't you arrived yet? In all honesty, I went to prepare a gift for you. That's why I'm late. Kitten said awkwardly. Then he quickly said to Lingxi, hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is wonderful. Sister-in-law is so cute. Ah no. Why don't you take care of your husband? You're bullying an underage handsome boy again. Lingxi laughed. Although this fellow had a little conflict with Long Chen, his personality couldn't be changed. It was like a dog that couldn't change its habit of eating shit. Stop it. They're discussing something important. Mo Xiaolang smiled gently. When the 3 of them were together, Mo Xiaolang was relatively silent. He was loyal to Long Chen, but he made Kitten obedient. We can't let this guy who ran away from home go. Tell me, where's the gift you said you prepared before? Long Chen pinched his chubby face and threatened. I'm really ready. I've prepared a message. The kitten said while struggling and brandishing its claws. What? Long Chen let go of him. Because he saw the seriousness in Kitten's eyes. He was going to the eternal hell. He must have gained something by coming here today. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. Kitten coughed twice. His domineering aura leaked out. The crowd didn't look at him and continued to discuss. I have news about the next step of the city lord of the wronged. I don't know if you're interested. Kitten's words were like a heavy bomb, causing everyone to look at him. Long Chen knew that although this guy was sloppy, he would still get things done properly. Say it. Long Chen said. Being watched by so many powerhouses, Kitten suddenly became heroic and said, after my investigation and observation in the eternal hell, I didn't hesitate to go deep into the enemy's territory and risked my life. I finally figured out the next step of the city lord of the wronged's plan is to make the 10 great ghost kings into experts similar to the early stage of the 4th nirvana tribulation, or even stronger. Hearing this, the crowd completely quieted down. This kid was related to Long Chen, so everyone believed what he said. Kitten was extremely proud. He looked at Long Chen and said, unfortunately, the first place he chose is the Eastern Royal Domain of the true Martial Emperor Domain. During the few days of your gathering, he has already prepared to plant the demon tree in the Eastern Royal Domain, using the life force of tens of millions of creatures as nourishment to cultivate ghost kings with super combat strength. I'm afraid it will start in a few days. If we rush back now, we might still be able to make it. As for the second plan, I haven't deduced it yet. P.S. Yesterday's flowers 3010. Needless to say, it's close to 8,000. Today, there are 2 chapters of additional update tasks. Tomorrow, I will do my best to reach the top of the hit list. Yesterday's hits reached a new high, 550,000. 550,000 hits in a single day. For tomorrow's battle, after today's 3 chapters of update, I will issue a notice. Please be sure to read it. Chapter 1604. The crowd was in an uproar. Eastern Imperial Region. This was true Martial Emperor Palace's territory. The city lord of the wronged was probably putting on a show for Long Chen. The 10 great ghost kings were already very difficult to deal with. Their movements were unpredictable and unpredictable. If they were given even more terrifying power, they would be even more difficult to deal with. What was even more infuriating was that their method of accumulating power was to devour the life force of the living. It would probably take tens of millions of civilians to create a ghost king with combat power comparable to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. The more life force they absorbed, the stronger the ghost king would become. At that time, even Long Chen did not know if he could deal with it. For example, in the 9 realms, there were a limited number of 4th-level Nirvana realm martial artists. Once the strengthened 10 great ghost kings attacked together, the people would be plunged into an abyss of misery. At this moment, everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. On the true Martial Emperor Palace's side, the experts immediately stood up. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Long Chen, your friend. Great Emperor Zhenwu was still calm. After all, the other party had not acted yet, so there was still room for negotiation. Long Chen naturally believed Kitten. He said, since he said it, there is no reason for him to lie. Time is of the essence, I think we should wait. Great Emperor Zhenwu interrupted him and continued to ask Kitten, child, do you have any other news? Little Cat was an old monster, but he was actually called a child. He was furious and was about to scold him when Long Chen glared at him. Only then did he shut his mouth and say, that's all I know. That's all I know, so I hurried over to tell you. There's no need to thank me. I'm a man of integrity and I don't accept compliments from others. Although this little fellow was very arrogant, no one dared to slack off because of this matter. Great Emperor Zhenwu stood up and said, "Everyone, let's call it a day. After you go back, make preparations immediately. We will spread our eyes and ears throughout the 3 realms and 9 realms and keep in close contact at all times. If there is any movement, inform the others immediately. This catastrophe concerns the fate of the 3 realms and 9 realms, so I hope everyone will pay attention to it. I won't be accompanying you any longer. Goodbye." The matter was urgent, and everything that should be discussed had already been discussed. Since they got the news from Kitten, they naturally had to act immediately. They could wait, but the tens of thousands of people in the Eastern Emperor region couldn't. If it wasn't handled properly, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Thinking back to the tragic state of the Supreme Een Devil world, Long Chen's heart was filled with rage. What a tragic scene it was. Countless people lost their homes, their parents, and their lives. Their cries shook the heavens. As an expert, he had the responsibility to save the dying and heal the injured. The Eastern Royal Region was where Long Chen had once stayed. The city lord of the wronged was definitely taking revenge on Long Chen. Therefore, at this moment, he resolutely decided to follow Great Emperor Zhenwu back immediately. "Long Chen, you stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for now." To Long Chen's surprise, Great Emperor Zhenwu immediately instructed him. "Why?" "The matter of the Eastern Royal Region is imminent." Long Chen asked in surprise. Great Emperor Zhenwu said seriously, "The 4 great sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace are injured and need a few days to recuperate. This is a time of crisis, so you should temporarily stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to help them. Also, you have just gotten married, so you should spend more time with Lingxi. The activation of the pure goddess blood still depends on you. As for the matter of the Eastern Royal Region, it's just a show of force by the city lord of the wronged. The 3 martial venerables can handle it." Although Long Chen was worried about the lives of the billions of people in the Eastern Royal Region, Great Emperor Zhenwu was there, so there was no need to use him for the time being. As for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 4 great sword masters had just been seriously injured, and Lingxi still needed an important transformation. His original plan was to take Lingxi away directly, but it didn't seem appropriate for them to get married today. Therefore, he could only nod and say, "I will handle the matter here as soon as possible." "Okay." Great Emperor Zhenwu nodded, then bid farewell to the 4 great sword masters and left the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The other lords of the 9 realms also looked anxious and hurried back to take charge of the situation. There were fewer and fewer people at the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool. The 6 demonic emperors were about to leave when Mo Xiaolang said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I have something to say to Big Brother." Long Chen was already so powerful, much stronger than the 6 demonic emperors. Naturally, they couldn't take Mo Xiaolang away by force. Long Chen brought Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten to another place. "There's something I have to tell you," Long Chen said solemnly. The 3 of them waited quietly with Long Chen at the center. Long Chen then told them about Yang Lingqing's matter. This was a big deal. It meant that Long Chen had to fight the city lord of the wrong to the end. Therefore, he had to let these 3 people, who were the closest to him, speak clearly. "Fuck. That old fart is so despicable. He even dares to threaten your sister, and even wants to exchange his heart." Kitten cursed. The anger in Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi's hearts was also burning. "Lingqing is so pitiful. Chen, no matter what, you have to think of a way to save her. I will also work hard and try my best to help you." Lingxi was someone who had interacted with Yang Lingqing before. When she heard about Yang Lingqing's predicament, her heart was even heavier. At the same time, she felt sorry for Long Chen, because Long Chen was carrying too much on his back. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were burning with black flames. He took a deep breath and said, "Big brother, if you need help, just let me know. I will rush over even if I have to risk my life. Long Chen was also immersed in anger. But at this moment, he could hear something wrong in Mo Xiaolang's words. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by risking your life? Someone won't let you leave the Desolation Emperor domain?" Mo Xiaolang didn't mean to say it, but he didn't expect Long Chen to be so sharp. Under Long Chen's penetrating gaze, he could only speak the truth and state the Desolation Emperor's 3 conditions. 500 years? Long Chen sneered and said, "It seems that the Desolation Emperor is not a good person. Xiaolang, you have to be more careful. In my opinion, with the strength of the 3 of us, you can completely escape from him. There seems to be a lot of tricks in 500 years. However, Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, "The Desolation Emperor has been very kind to me. Everything I have achieved today is all thanks to him. As long as he doesn't have any ill intentions towards me, I will temporarily keep my promise." "Are you sure?" Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang nodded solemnly. Long Chen knew that the Desolation Great Emperor was indeed a good person to Mo Xiaolang. Perhaps the Desolation Great Emperor really just wanted Mo Xiaolang to cultivate in peace, and Long Chen was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Even so, he still remembered what happened today and said, "If he has any ill intentions, I don't care if he has done you a favor or not. As long as I am alive, I will kill him. When the matter in the Eastern Royal Region is over, I will find a way to go to the Desolation Emperor domain. Wait for me." Long Chen put one hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "Yes, I understand. Big brother, the only people I truly trust are the 3 of you," Mo Xiaolang said. "Let's go back. The 6 demon emperors can't wait any longer. Tell the Desolation Emperor about the City Lord of the Wronged and see how he reacts," Long Chen said in his ear. Mo Xiaolang stood up and bid farewell to the 3. The 3 watched Mo Xiaolang leave. "This guy still can't change his silly personality." "Huh, I am smart," Kitten said proudly. After Mo Xiaolang and the 6 demon emperors left reluctantly, Long Chen asked, "When you come back, what do you plan to do? Follow me, or follow me?" To be honest, Long Chen didn't want him to take risks everywhere. Kitten looked at him with disdain. "Bullshit. I am a free cat. How can you control my life? What do you want to do?" Long Chen asked seriously. "You just had a beauty. I don't want to be an eyesore. You enjoy your time with the 2 of you. I want to be free and roam the world." Kitten jumped up from his seat and shook his head. Even so, Long Chen knew that he was still thinking about the essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon. He wanted to repay Long Chen and make it up to Long Chen. "I have absorbed the essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon," Long Chen said suddenly. "I know. I can feel it," Kitten said. "You don't have to be like this. Didn't I apologize to you? There is no need to take the risk." Long Chen shook his head. However, the kitten said, "You're thinking too much. In fact, I've discovered my own value, just like today, how awe-inspiring I am. If there are more people in the Eastern Emperor region who can survive, it will all be my credit. I went from being a piece of trash to having such great value, to be able to make myself feel excited, so I discovered that I love what I'm doing now." He looked at Long Chen seriously and said, "Boss, I want to start over. I want a new life of my own. I want to do things that move me. So this time, I still have to leave. I am not doing it to make it up to you or repay you. I just like being alone." He liked being alone. But Long Chen was not like that. He was afraid of being alone. Whether it was Mo Xiaolang or Kitten, they were both stubborn to the bone. Long Chen could not sway them. "Go and pursue your value," he said. In fact, he was willing to fight for the world and carry his father's glory. He was also realizing his value. The next time we meet, I will bring you more explosive news, Kitten said confidently. With that, he pulled out an item and placed it in Long Chen's hand. You don't need to meet me. This little thing will allow me to quickly send word to you. You're doing quite well now, so you should be able to send word quickly. Things like this are common in the immortal god domain, but not here. Long Chen nodded. Long Chen played with it. It was a palm-sized jade tablet made of a strange material. There was a miniature formation inside, but it was unusually complicated. Chapter 1605. This fella was getting more and more flirtatious. However, Long Chen liked him even more. Kitten had changed, which might be a good thing for him. Long Chen believed that one day, he would be able to return to his glory and peak. So far, the oldest living creature was the kitten. The reincarnation divine beast had once fought against the Void Aeon dragon. The two brothers had their own things to do and their own lives. Long Chen didn't restrict them. He only felt happy for them. Of course, if they needed help, Long Chen would definitely be willing to risk his life for them. Only the 4 sword masters were left in the heaven and earth sword pool. Once they were done, it would be time for them to prepare for the upcoming calamity. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and came in front of the Lingwu sword master. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was rich and Long Chen had held back in the end. Therefore, although they were heavily injured, it wasn't impossible for them to recover. The remnant time energy in the Lingwu sword master's body and the other 2 sword masters' slaughter energy had already been taken away by Long Chen. Sensing Long Chen's arrival, the 4 sword masters opened their eyes. They were once enemies, but now they were facing each other with such a strange relationship. Long Chen couldn't even call him father-in-law. However, if he did, the Lingwu sword master would be even more embarrassed. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ling, the Lingwu sword master said calmly. Uncle Ling, no matter what, he was still a senior. Even if he had any ill feelings, it was gone now. On account of Lingxi, Long Chen wouldn't be calculative with this fella. At this moment, the 4 sword masters stood up. The martial sword master looked at Long Chen seriously and said, I know your feelings for Lil Shi, so I won't waste any more words. However, you have too many burdens on your shoulders. Lil Shi has a kind personality, so if you let her suffer with you, I won't let you off. Long Chen nodded. If Lingxi was with him, he would be more at ease. The great calamity is approaching, and you are powerful. You are a key person, so don't be impulsive. It's best to discuss things with Shi. Since you've just gotten married a few days ago, why don't you stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for a while and let little Shi activate the pure goddess blood as soon as possible? We can prepare for her ascension to the throne of the Sword Spirit Great Emperor. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace cannot be without a leader for a single day. Long Chen's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. Hearing those words from the Lingwu sword master's mouth, Lingxi blushed even more. The awakening of the pure goddess blood required Long Chen and Lingxi to do it in the bedroom. Although this was something that everyone knew, Lingxi was too shy to show her face when it came from her father's mouth. Long Chen was also extremely embarrassed. Hurry back, we still need to recuperate. I won't send you off. The Lingwu sword master didn't say anything else and sat down cross-legged. Long Chen finally understood his mission in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. On one hand, it was to hold the fort, and on the other hand, it was to let Lingxi possess exceptional talent as soon as possible. However, the method of activation was indeed a little awkward. However, today was the wedding day, and every minute of the night was worth 1,000 gold. This grand wedding was simple, so Long Chen could only bring Lingxi back to her small house in the Sky Spirit Pavilion. Bai Yuyun left first. She had already arranged for people to decorate the house into a bridal chamber, waiting for the arrival of the couple. By the time Long Chen and Bai Yuyun arrived, the small house beside the Snow Lotus Immortal Spirit Pond had already become their world. Walking past the Snow Lotus Immortal Spirit Pond, Long Chen looked around blankly and asked, "Little Shi, is this where you grew up?" Lingxi nodded heavily. Thinking about what was about to happen, she blushed. Although it wasn't the first time, everyone knew about it, so she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Night quietly descended on the dragon sacrificial continent as the sun set. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, which had been bustling with activity for the entire day, finally quieted down. Most people started cultivating and were working hard. For so many days and nights, Long Chen had also worked hard like this. However, today was the first time he had a chance to rest. Marriage could be considered as an explanation for himself and Lingxi. Although worldly etiquette wasn't important to cultivators, Long Chen respected Lingxi. He wanted to give her such happiness. This was a vow and a promise. The two of them could lie together peacefully, disregarding all disturbances, and enjoy the world of the two of them. This was a moment that they had longed for almost 10 years. The last time they reunited for half a year, Long Chen didn't have such a relaxed feeling. Until today, he could finally be considered to have truly possessed Lingxi. The huge room was completely covered by a crimson curtain. The floor was filled with fragrant flower petals. These flower petals weren't ordinary items. At this moment, they were producing a dreamy mist, enveloping the entire room in a charming pink atmosphere. A spacious red bed was placed in the center of the room. Above the bed was a crimson lotus flower. At this moment, this lotus flower was emitting a misty light, illuminating the crimson and fragrant room. Before Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi's fragrant crimson silk dress had already fallen. She was half lying on the bed. The lapel of her dress had already fallen from her snow-white shoulders, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. Half of her round breasts trembled along with Lingxi's nervous breathing, making her look even more alluring. Lingxi's stunning beauty reigned supreme in the world. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and her skin was as smooth as water. Her fair skin was rosy, and she was more delicate than snow. Any man would yearn for her. This was a pure white lotus flower, a beautiful dream that could only be viewed from afar, not played with. In this spring night, besides possession, Long Chen's mind couldn't think of anything else. In this charming and gentle atmosphere, Lingxi's breathing was ragged. She nervously looked at Long Chen. Her bright, watery eyes were currently filled with mist, and they were completely misty. Today, she exuded a seductive aura that surpassed all the women Long Chen had ever met. Even Long Chen couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. Her rosy red lips, her exquisite nose, her curvaceous body, her exposed snow-white skin, and her rapidly beating heart were like a little deer's. All of these formed an extreme temptation for Long Chen. However, when they associated this night with the awakening of the pure goddess's blood, both Long Chen and Lingxi felt especially uncomfortable. Lingxi shifted on the crimson bed. She nervously looked at Long Chen and said, "Chen, I don't want to." Long Chen smiled awkwardly and asked, "Why?" He also didn't expect that at this time, he would also be at a loss. In the past, he had been so domineering. However, today, he had almost crippled the other party's father, and there were so many things to worry about. Even with such a stunning beauty, Long Chen's heart was filled with worries, and his hands and feet were tied. I feel that they all know that we are here, so I feel especially uncomfortable," Lingxi said softly. However, her seductive appearance was unique to tonight, and she couldn't hide it no matter what. Long Chen roughly understood. She was shy, and almost everyone knew what she wanted to do with Long Chen. Therefore, she felt embarrassed. "Then I will hold you." "I definitely won't move," Long Chen said righteously. "Okay." Lingxi finally heaved a sigh of relief, and her tensed body softened. A quarter of an hour later, under the dense mist, the alluring fragrance of flowers, and the charming light. Long Chen hugged Lingxi's delicate, fragrant body from behind, and whispered in her ear. Although it was unintentional, the delicate body in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. The majestic thing under his crotch unintentionally rubbed against the other party's bouncy little butt. The fire in Long Chen's body that had been suppressed for a long time was ignited even more. "Little she, I can't hold it in anymore." Long Chen leaned in and whispered in her ear. Lingxi didn't reply for a long time. When Long Chen looked over, it turned out that this fellow's face had long since flushed red, her gaze was misty, and the delicate body that was tightly embraced by him had already started to twist like a water snake. Those tender and beautiful red lips, hurried breathing, and the alluring delicate fragrance were like a fuse, completely igniting the heat in Long Chen's chest. At that moment, all the blood in Long Chen's body was burning. The degree of boiling was no less than when he was fighting. The woman in his arms was soft and slightly plump, and the degree of the fire was no less than Long Chen's. The pure goddess's blood coursing through Long Chen's body formed a fatal attraction. Long Chen's ancient super bloodline was stimulated, and for a moment, he couldn't hold back and let out a terrifying dragon roar. The entire small building shook. Without saying a word, Long Chen tore Lingxi's soft dress. Her snow-white body was completely exposed to Long Chen's eyes. Before Long Chen could react, a pair of soft, white arms hooked around his neck, and the fatal snow-white temptation was already in front of his eyes. At that moment, Long Chen turned into a beast, displaying the most primitive bestial nature. As for rationality, to hell with it. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline was provoked by a small deity. How could it be? Under the expansion of power, the clothes on their bodies burst open. There was no longer any hindrance between the two of them, so they faced each other calmly and deeply. His strong arms hugged the other's waist tightly. His blood-filled, ferocious-looking baby was extremely angry at this moment, as if he was going to fight on the battlefield and dominate the world with an unparalleled domineering look. He put that hot body in contact with him in all directions. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He moved closer to the other's ear and breathed heavily, "Little she, you are my woman. From this moment on, you will be my woman for all eternity." Lingxi bit his ear. "I know. I've waited for you for 10 years, Chen." Lingxi's voice, which was as light as a mosquito, echoed in his ear. After 10 years of ups and downs, they had finally crossed the sea together. So, what reason did he have not to vent his anger on Lingxi and awaken her damned pure goddess's blood? Therefore, Long Chen was extremely angry. He raised his long spear and began to kill all the way with unparalleled bravery. Today's 3 chapters, are you up? Chapter 1606. I have a dream. This dream is very simple. It is to be number 1 on the entire website. This is the most eye-catching ranking on the homepage. It is a symbol of strength and authority. In the past, I did not even dare to think about this position. Because Dragon Blood God of War has long been on the shelves. I am a VIP novel. More than 95% of readers are reading pirated versions. So I buried this dream deep in my heart. Although Dragon Blood God of War has many readers and is ranked number 1, far ahead of number 2, it rarely even enters the top 10. It is all because of pirated versions. And today, I finally have a chance to fulfill my dream and fight for number 1. In December, Dragon Blood God of War is completely free. I have the same opportunity as other free books. That's why I've been burning this month. I've been updating 15,000 words almost every day. I've been writing 15,000 words a day. You can all imagine what that means. But it is all worth it. Under my call, the dragon race hibernating all over the country is like a sleeping lion, awakening one by one. In 7 days, a large number of readers from pirated websites came to help me in this battle. In 7 days, a total of 5,000 added to the collection. But the actual number of readers who came far exceeds this number. Before December, Dragon Blood God of War had 50,000 hits a day. December 1st, 230,000. December 2nd, 290,000. December 3rd, 330,000. December 4th, 360,000. December 5th, 420,000. December 6th, 470,000. December 7th, 550,000. This is an astonishing explosive increase. Every day, there is no decrease. The number of hits per day is 11 times that of before December. Currently, the number 1 hit list had around 600,000 hits in a single day. Madman can go from 230,000 to 550,000 in 7 days. Why can't I break through 600,000? Why can't I reach 700,000? Why can't I reach 1 million? Every Monday is when the rankings change. This week, I went from 7th place all the way to 3rd place and 1st place on the Xuanhuan hits list. This week, Dragon Blood God of War reached 1st place on the weekly collection rankings. This week, Dragon Blood God of War firmly occupies 2nd place. Every day, Dragon Blood God of War occupies more than 5 of the top 10 chapters. The glorious results are all from our dragon brothers who came from all over the country to support the original. Let's not talk about anything else. On the 9th, which is tomorrow, I will fight for the 1st place in the rankings with the greatest determination. I don't have any manuscripts saved up. Today, I've sent out all 3 chapters. But for the next 2 days, I've decided not to do anything else. I'll just fight. On the 9th, I will do my best to release as many chapters as I can. Brothers, what you need to do is to push every chapter to 1500 and above. That is to read every chapter at 17K. That is to send flowers and add this book to your bookshelf. How did it come to 17K? You can search for keywords like Dragon Blood War God 17K on Baidu, or you can download the 17K client. You can use QQ Tencent to log in, no need to register. Tomorrow, no matter where you are, whether you're reading on Imagination Chinese Network or pirating on your phone, I hope you'll come and help me in this battle. I hope that my daily hits will exceed 1 million. In order to win that day, I have made the following 2 adjustments. I hope everyone can forgive me. This is just a wish of mine. If I can fulfill it, then I won't have many regrets with the Dragon Blood War God book. I can also brag to my friends that I've reached the 1st place in the rankings before. The 1st and 2nd places on the 17K hit list have not changed at all in the past year. I want to break this trend. Because the lunatic didn't have manuscripts saved up, the 2 adjustments are as follows. First, there were originally 2 chapters to update in the afternoon. In order to increase the number of clicks tomorrow, I decided to update them tomorrow. But don't worry, it's just a delayed update. It's not that the lunatic took them. This is what I owe you guys, so I can't be careless. So, there will be 3 chapters today. Second, the entire Dragon Blood War God book has more than 3,000 words per chapter. If you don't believe me, you can move your mouse to the chapter table of contents. However, most of the clicks on the rankings are 2,000 words per chapter. This means that for the same 10,000 words update, the lunatic can only have 3 chapters, while they have 5. One of their readers can contribute 5 clicks, while I only have 3. This is where the difference lies. So, for tomorrow's update, I have made the following adjustments. Tomorrow's chapters will all be 2,000 words per chapter. Only tomorrow's chapters will be like this. Originally, with today's 2 chapters and the 5 chapters that will inevitably be released by everyone tomorrow, there will be a total of 7 chapters. The lunatic will work hard to release more than 2 chapters, so there will be more than 9 chapters tomorrow. 9 chapters will total 27,000 words. If it is 2,000 words per chapter, there will be a total of more than 14 chapters tomorrow. As for how many chapters there will be, it will depend on how far the lunatic will fight. So, no matter what adjustments I make, in fact, it will be one more chapter on top of the previous one. On Monday, tomorrow, I will wait here for you. I will work hard. I hope that everyone's hearts will burn with me. What we are doing is hot-blooded. In this life, if we don't create some miracles, we will be letting ourselves down. Don't you think so? So, in these 2 days, I will update as much as I can write. If I rush to the first place in one go, I will work harder to maintain it. The specific time for tomorrow's update is as follows: 0, 0, 0, 2 chapters. 8 o'clock, 2 chapters. 10 o'clock, 2 chapters. 12 o'clock, 2 chapters. 1400 hours, 2 chapters. 1600 hours, 2 chapters. 1800 hours, 2 chapters. If there are more, then it will be 20 points. I hope that each chapter will exceed 1,500 words. I hope that every sleeping dragon will come to help me in battle. If I make it popular this time, next Monday, we will fight again. My free time is only for December. If I miss this month, there will be no more chances. I won't get anything even if I get first place in the rankings. It's all for glory. A dream. My glory, the glory of the Dragon Blood War God, will be created by everyone. Chapter 1607. 17K, welcome everyone. Your clicks are my support. Chapter 1608. Perhaps it was because of the goddess Su's blood, or perhaps it was because of that moment in the spring night. That feeling surpassed all of Long Chen and Lingxi's previous experiences. The red curtains fluttered, the candlelight was enchanting, and the sound of forgetting oneself was like a dream. It reverberated in the bridal chamber like ripples. It was like the most moving music in the world, making one feel numb and intoxicated. Outside the window, the snow-white lotus swayed gently. Under the caress of the gentle breeze, the refreshing fragrance of the flowers poured into the bright red bridal chamber. The red mist tumbled. The strong and powerful body and the soft and delicate body tumbled in it. Every impact caused the airflow to fluctuate. It was like the beating of a drum, accompanied by soft humming sounds. It became more and more intense, and the intensity of the rhythm was rare in the world. If not for the goddess Su's blood, how could Lingxi withstand the impact of the ancestral dragon's body? At this moment, in the midst of the overwhelming impact, she was already intoxicated. Her whole body seemed to be flying in the clouds, and she felt weak all over. Half of her heart was filled with shyness, and the other half was filled with uncontrollable desire. This desire originated from the boiling but pure bloodline in her body. Amidst the bombardment of the violent storm, the snow-white blood of the pure goddess gradually awakened, gradually burned, and gradually went berserk. That misty light that resembled a white lotus flower, as pure as snow, appeared on every inch of Lingxi's alluring and warm skin. It was clearly the purest thing of all, yet it caused one to feel an intense desire to profane it. It was like a whirlpool, crazily swallowing everything in Long Chen's body to replenish the power needed to awaken the bloodline. It was said that the real husband of the ancient goddess Su Nu was a divine dragon. What kind of woman could have such a wonderful marriage with a divine dragon? How could her body withstand the divine dragon's wrath? The awakening of the goddess Su's blood gave Long Chen the answer. When the pure goddess blood burned like a whirlpool, it gave Long Chen immense pressure. Long Chen understood that the awakening of the god's blood required a large amount of essence qi from a dragon warrior. Long Chen already had the ancestral dragon's body, and the essence qi in his body was invincible. It was also because of this that the pure goddess blood was triggered, causing it to rebel. At that moment, the frequency of Long Chen's attacks was no longer able to take into account Lingxi's body's endurance. Lingxi was like a bottomless pit that was frantically devouring everything about Long Chen. Only Long Chen could withstand this kind of absorption. The ancestral dragon's body had an incomparably stable essence qi. If Lingxi could absorb a little and integrate it into Goddess Su's blood, it would bring her great benefits. Of course, this was the effect of Goddess Su's blood. Even Lingxi herself could not control it. The moment the pure goddess blood awakened, her blood boiled. Long Chen let out a low roar. Veins popped out all over his body, and even blood-colored dragon scales appeared. That hideous treasure was congested with blood, revealing a greenish-purple color. It released a terrifying dragon's might and a violent power. Her originally soft, white arms were now dragging bloody scars on Long Chen's back. Both sides' power and the large amount of essence qi contained in the pure goddess blood suddenly exploded and burned. To Long Chen, the pure goddess blood was like a tempting poison that caused his power to collapse. At the same time, it also stimulated Long Chen's desire to attack and defeat his opponent. How dare a mere divine spirit blood challenge the ancestral dragon's might? If you want to swallow, I'll let you swallow. I'm just afraid you'll die from overeating. Long Chen held this mentality as he attacked the pure goddess blood again and again. Under the impact of Long Chen's overbearing power, the dormant bloodline loosened again and again, and the degree of awakening increased. Boom! Long Chen's attack caused the entire building to collapse. However, this was just the beginning. The ancestral dragon's might was not to be challenged. From the small building to the Snow Lotus Immortal Spirit Pool, and then to the entire Sky Spirit Pavilion, there were violent tremors and explosions. The increasingly violent tremors alarmed everyone in the Sword God Palace, and a large number of martialists rushed over. What the hell is going on? There seems to be a battle at the Sky Spirit Pavilion. Who dares to fight at this time? Isn't Long Chen at the Sky Spirit Pavilion? Who is so daring? When they arrived at the Sky Spirit Pavilion, they felt the rhythmic tremors and the collapse of the palace. All of them were completely stunned. What was going on? The four great swordmasters also rushed over immediately. Lingwu, this. Swordmaster Linghua's face turned slightly red. Swordmaster Lingwu chuckled dryly. He also knew what had happened, but he hadn't expected that the activation of the pure goddess blood would cause such a huge commotion. Swordmaster Lingwu took advantage of the fact that no one understood the situation and said, "All of you, go back. Nothing has happened. Everything is normal." Everyone was puzzled. Why did it seem like, suddenly, all the snow-white lotus flowers in the Snow Lotus Immortal Spirit Pool rose into the air? Every petal left its original position. Thousands of snow-white immortal spirit petals emitted a boundless fragrance that enveloped the entire Sky Spirit Pavilion. The countless snow-white petals formed a beautiful sphere that enveloped an unknown object and rose into the sky. When the countless petals left the Sky Spirit Pavilion, the tremors at the Sky Spirit Pavilion finally stopped. At the same time, the tremors reached the sky. A large amount of pure, snow-white fog was released from the encirclement of the petals. The sphere that was encircled by the petals had already reached the starry sky, surrounding the 36 Big Dipper stars and 72 earthly malefic stars. At the same time, the unknown white fog had already filled the entire sky. An intoxicating fragrance emanated from the white fog, making everyone feel relaxed and relaxed. Lingwu, this seems to be quite a scene. The Royal Heaven Sword Master stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. After experiencing the drastic changes today, the Royal Heaven Sword Master smiled for the first time. She was clearly his daughter, but now she was in someone else's arms. Lingwu was furious and extremely embarrassed. However, there was nothing he could do. The activation of the pure goddess blood was a necessary step that would determine Lingxi's future. When the white mist covered the entire starry sky, it alarmed all the disciples of the Sword God's palace. Countless people began to gather around, and the rhythm in the sky grew even more intense and violent. The low roars of the mystical dragons sounded like they were talking in their sleep, and they did not bother to hide it at all. The stars trembled, and the heavens and earth shook. Who would have thought that the activation of the pure goddess's blood would be so powerful? As expected of a dragon martial artist, it was indeed extraordinary. One day later, everyone's eyes were glazed. At this moment, the thick white fog had completely ignited. The raging white flames suddenly contracted. The pure goddess blood had been completely awakened, and the heavens and earth shook. In order to reach the top of the rankings today, I'll release 20 chapters. Not for anything else, but to give myself an explanation. It's rare for me to be crazy for once in my life. I don't think I'll regret it. The update time will be changed slightly. Starting from the 9th, there will be 2 chapters each at 00 AM and 1800 hours AM. There will be 1 chapter each at 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19. Everyone, please remember the update time. Today, the top of each chapter must exceed 1,500. While I'm at the top of the rankings, I'll also be at the top of the rankings. If everyone wants to contribute more to me, you can review the Dragon Blood God of War at 1700 hours AM. That will also bring me a lot of views. Send fresh flowers. Chapter 1609. It's here. On this day, the Lingwu sword master was so embarrassed that he had nothing to say. In the sky, the white mist rolled back. Long Chen released the most scorching essence Qi. The terrifying ancestral dragon power burned Lingxi's power and dug out the last trace of Goddess Su's blood, transforming it into a fully awakened state. The ancestral dragon's divine might was indescribable. If it was an ordinary dragon warrior, the Goddess Su's blood would have been sucked dry. However, Long Chen felt no pressure. He was just sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a battle. The woman in his arms had a rosy, snow-white body. Her eyes were intoxicated and she was also sweating profusely. However, she had already soared into the clouds and forgotten everything else. When the power in her body accumulated to the extreme, Long Chen realized that a large amount of power was being fed back to him from her body. The power that had been absorbed for a day and a night was being fed back to him at this moment. Moreover, with the addition of this power, the nirvana power in Long Chen's body began to increase explosively. In this battle, both of them had benefited greatly. This might be the wonder of the Goddess Su's blood. The Goddess Su and the dragon fell in love, so there must be a Tao that could withstand the divine dragon's might. The pure white power was a great supplement for Long Chen. It could fill another part of the emptiness in his body and help him increase his nirvana power. Meanwhile, Lingxi's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. The expansion of her power was almost beyond her control. Long Chen's ancestral dragon essence Qi had actually strengthened her body to a great extent. Both of them had gained a lot from this battle. Long Chen was feeling extremely good. When the final moment arrived, their movements finally stopped. Both of them hugged each other tightly and felt the terrifying increase in power between them. In this short period of time, Long Chen's strength had already undergone another transformation. His realm had already reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. As for the sweaty, snow-white Lingxi, she had gained even more. At this moment, her body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. The degree of transformation was second only to the moment when Long Chen had transformed into the ancestral dragon. Chen, I'm going to undergo the Nirvana Tribulation, Lingxi said while panting. Long Chen did not need to worry about her at all. He knew that the current Ling Shi was completely fine. The two of them reluctantly separated and put on their own clothes. Long Chen discovered that after the pure goddess's blood had awakened, Ling Shi's entire body was enveloped in a snow-white light. Her demeanor had changed, becoming more mature and plump, but also charming and cute. To him, she was filled with a fatal attraction. The current her was even more alluring than before. It was more than suitable to describe Lingxi as an intoxicating goddess. When they separated, the crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief. If they didn't separate, the crowd below would have gone crazy. Today's grand occasion would definitely be recorded in the history of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The embarrassed expression on the four sword masters' faces finally disappeared. But when they felt the power that Lingxi had nurtured and her temperament after the great transformation, their faces were filled with ecstasy. Without a doubt, the goddess Su's blood had truly awakened. Little she is going to undergo the nirvana tribulation. The Lingwu sword master finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it was time for her to become a talent. To every father, seeing the glory of their children would make them feel proud. The Lingwu sword master, who had awakened from his obsession, was undoubtedly a father. Long Chen left Lingxi and arrived at the other side of the starry sky. At this moment, the lady in the white dress was bathing in the radiance of the starry sky. After experiencing the rain and dew, her face was rosy and her temperament was pure, attracting everyone's attention. Under the misty white radiance, she was definitely a goddess of the generation. At this moment, the nirvana force in Long Chen's body was radiating with astonishing vitality under the mediation of Lingxi's white energy. So this is the effect of the so-called goddess Su's blood? Doesn't that mean that in the future, other than cultivating or devouring immortal essences, there are other ways for me to increase my nirvana force? It was great news for him that Lingxi was so hard-working. Moreover, after this process, her strength would increase tremendously and she would truly become his right-hand man. At this moment, the tribulation clouds of the nirvana tribulation started to gather above Lingxi's head. Perhaps the awakening of the goddess Su's blood was in accordance with the common sense of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Lingxi's nirvana tribulation was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Divine beings like Long Chen and Mo Shaolang had angered the heavens and caused such a terrifying nirvana tribulation to descend. The first tribulation cloud of the nirvana tribulation was less than 100 meters in diameter. For Lingxi, who was currently receiving the power from both Long Chen and the goddess Su's blood, it was nothing. The blood-yellow tribulation cloud rolled in the sky with great momentum. Seeing Lingxi undergoing the nirvana tribulation, everyone was extremely excited and nervous. Now, everyone knew that Lingxi would be the future Sword Soul Emperor. She was personally appointed by the previous Sword Soul Emperor, Ling Su. When the blood-yellow tribulation cloud brewed to its limit, the nirvana true thunder finally descended. The explosive yellow lightning broke through the starry sky and rumbled towards Lingxi. Although he believed that Lingxi would be able to pass through safely, Long Chen was still a little worried for her. Fortunately, Lingxi was shrouded in the snow-white mist, so he wasn't nervous. When the nirvana true thunder descended, a white sword light burst out from Lingxi's eyes. That sharp white sword light actually pierced through the nirvana true thunder. The massive nirvana true thunder exploded in the sky, and the massive power of nirvana descended upon Lingxi's body, causing Lingxi's physical body and primordial spirit to transform. At this moment, Lingxi had already formed a Tao seal and formed a primordial spirit. However, no one knew what kind of Tao seal and primordial spirit she would be able to form. Lingxi had been practicing the sword since young, so she probably had a sword Tao seal like most of the people in the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. In fact, other than the water and fire Tao seals, the Lingwu sword master also had a sword Tao seal. When Lingxi reached the nirvana tribulation realm, the sword Tao seal would be formed. As for whether there would be anything else, Long Chen didn't know. The power of the first stage of the Nirvana tribulation was completely instilled into Lingxi's body, causing her Nirvana power to increase tremendously. The Nirvana power in her body quickly broke through to the first stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. However, Lingxi's body still had the power of the ancestral dragon and the power of the pure goddess's blood. With the two powers combined, the Nirvana power skyrocketed. The degree of this skyrocketing was beyond everyone's expectations. When everyone thought that it was over, Lingxi's power had already grown to the point where she could face the second stage of the Nirvana tribulation. The second stage. Push up. Chapter 16:10. The second Nirvana tribulation is coming at the same time? Long Chen was also shocked by her. Even he himself had not gone through two Nirvana tribulations consecutively. Of course, Long Chen's situation was different from Lingxi's. As he was the ancestral dragon that heaven and earth were jealous of, the first Nirvana tribulation was equivalent to the fourth Nirvana tribulation of others. If he were to go through two Nirvana tribulations at the same time, the legendary fifth Nirvana tribulation would definitely destroy him. After going through the first Nirvana tribulation, he already possessed the power of the fourth Nirvana tribulation of others. This did not seem to be a loss. Regardless, under everyone's shocked gaze, Lingxi's second Nirvana tribulation still came. The Nirvana true thunder from the east and the heart-eroding demon fire from the west gathered above Lingxi's head. This time, the size of the tribulation cloud was 5 to 6 times bigger than the previous one. The attack that Lingxi had to endure was also 6 times bigger than the previous one. Of course, after experiencing the bombardment of the Nirvana tribulation just now, her primordial spirit had already been completely formed. She was already a qualified Nirvana tribulation realm martial artist. Her Tao seal was also almost completely formed. The surge of Nirvana energy in her body was estimated to have surpassed almost all first-stage Nirvana tribulation realm martial artists. Vast power gathered in her body. The ancestral dragon's vital essence and goddess Su's blood were not to be trifled with. Therefore, it was actually reasonable for her to create a miracle and go through two Nirvana tribulations consecutively. However, this time, Long Chen could not help but feel anxious for Lingxi. Could she handle the second Nirvana tribulation? The Nirvana true thunder and the heart-eroding demon flame had caused quite a number of martial artists to die under this calamity. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Long Chen was anxious, but Lingxi's gaze was calm and firm, full of calmness. Deep in her heart, she was extremely eager to be able to help Long Chen. After all, there were more and more things that Long Chen had to face, and each of them was extremely crucial. Moreover, it was related to Yang Lingqing's life and death. She longed to be able to help Long Chen, so at this moment, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and unleash the most boundless power in her body. Her Nirvana power was the purest snow white, and there was a sword-shaped imprint floating within it. Long Chen guessed that she should have two Tao imprints. One of them was the one that caused her Nirvana power to become snow white, and the other should be the sword Tao imprint. Long Chen's nirvanic energy was completely blood-red. This was the result of the slaughter Tao seal. As for the time Tao seal, its power didn't have any color, it didn't have any manifestation. Only by carefully searching would one be able to find a trace of time within the nirvanic energy. After Lingxi was ready, the second Nirvana tribulation suddenly descended. First, it was the power of the Nirvana true thunder. Then, the heart-eroding demon fire followed the descent of the Nirvana true thunder. Long Chen watched nervously. No one could compare to his love for Lingxi. The heavens and earth roared. The second Nirvana tribulation also made the Lingwu sword master and the others extremely worried. If Lingxi died during the Nirvana tribulation, Long Chen would go crazy. Lingxi's eyes were firm. She was not frightened by the two Nirvana tribulations. She murmured in her heart, "I must succeed. I must help him." I can't let Chen fight alone. It was precisely this kind of mission that filled her heart with a kind of glorious strength. It crazily mobilized all the strength in her body, causing her strength to skyrocket like a rolling snowball, condensing the second nirvana tribulation in the most ferocious manner. In Lingxi's hands, 2 snow-white swords that were over 100 meters long appeared. At that moment, everyone was shocked. When the 2 nirvana tribulations descended, a pair of snow-white swords soared into the sky. They were enshrouded in divine qi, as if they were giant swords formed by clouds. However, they were full of sharp power. They pierced through the space and stirred the galaxy, colliding with the 2 nirvana tribulations. The power of the 2 nirvana tribulations was even more terrifying than before. It was almost 10 times stronger. However, at that instant, the power in Lingxi's body had also expanded to the same extent. The pair of snowy cloud swords pierced through the sky with an explosive force. When they came into contact with the 2 nirvana tribulations, they formed 2 deafening explosions that caused the surrounding stars to be blown away. A large number of shattered stars descended once again. The power of the blood-red tribulation cloud contracted once again, causing great pressure on Lingxi. However, Lingxi's power was not as simple as it seemed. When she unleashed the force of nirvana, the sky exploded once again, causing the destructive power of the 2 nirvana tribulations to vanish. It was so easy to overcome the second nirvana tribulation. A large amount of force of nirvana surged into Lingxi's body once again. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief when he sensed her transformation. Swordmaster Lingwu and the others broke out in cold sweat. However, at that moment, Long Chen sensed that in Lingxi's body, the ancestral dragon essence qi and the boiling goddess Su's blood were mixed together. Under the stimulation of these 2 powers, the force of nirvana in her body surged again after absorbing the power of the tribulation cloud. A miracle happened. The 3rd nirvana tribulation began to gather. The 4 swordmasters and tens of thousands of disciples were stunned when they saw the even more powerful nirvana tribulations gathering in the sky. Long Chen was also scared out of his wits. The power of the 3rd nirvana tribulation, Lingxi was only at the divine martial realm before. Could she really pass through it now? Although the 3rd nirvana tribulation was not as powerful as the one that Long Chen had overcome previously, it was still terrifying. Countless warriors at the late stage of the 2nd nirvana tribulation had died in it. Could Lingxi overcome the 3rd nirvana tribulation in a row? It should be known that in the 3 regions and 9 realms, no one had overcome 2 nirvana tribulations in a row. In fact, the key reason was because of Long Chen's ancestral dragon body. The ancestral dragon essence qi was extremely overbearing. Under the impact of the ancestral dragon essence qi, the goddess Su's blood was completely developed. Yin and yang converged. Even Long Chen benefited greatly from it, not to mention Lingxi. Nirvana true thunder, heart-eroding demon fire, and 3 Yin cold current all descended. The power of the blood-yellow tribulation cloud expanded again, as if it was going to strike Lingxi to death. Even Lingxi was moved by this scene. However, the nirvana tribulation was her own business. No one could help her. It was very terrifying to stop someone else's nirvana tribulation. At that moment, the 3rd nirvana tribulation had gathered. Little she. Long Chen could not do anything. He could only look at Lingxi with a determined gaze. Lingxi looked over. She was indeed a little nervous. She did not expect this. "Come on, I believe in you," Long Chen said loudly. "Yes." Lingxi nodded heavily. She was greatly encouraged. Her eyes were incomparably firm. She had to work hard. She did not want to be a burden again. Although the nirvana tribulation was terrifying, the benefits were greater if she could overcome it. At that moment, a fatal threat descended. The 3rd chapter was over. Everyone, go to sleep. Tomorrow at 6:00, Lunatic got up and updated one chapter at 7 o'clock, 2 chapters at 8 o'clock. Once again, he was grateful to Dragon Clan Zhang Xuan. Chapter 1611. The fatal tribulations came from 3 different directions. The Nirvana true lightning, the 3-een cold current, and the heart-eroding demonic fire intertwined and converged in the blood-yellow tribulation clouds. The energy that shook the heavens and earth gathered in the vast tribulation clouds. Even the stars were shaken away. Although the might of the third Nirvana tribulation was much weaker than Long Chen's, the shock that Lingxi brought to the crowd was no less than Long Chen's. The 3 powers formed a 3-layered vortex in the sky. The terrifying powers gathered together and formed a fatal tribulation. Many people would be turned into ashes by the Nirvana tribulation. With Long Chen's trust and encouragement, Lingxi gritted her teeth. She was a tenacious woman, and she had always been so. Even at this moment, with Long Chen by her side, she felt incomparably at ease. She had never been afraid in the slightest. The blood-yellow tribulation clouds rolled in the sky like a flood dragon. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He hated the Nirvana tribulation to the core. His roar actually caused the tribulation clouds to dim down. It was like a frightened beast. Even the 4th Nirvana tribulation was devoured by Long Chen. How dare a mere 3rd Nirvana tribulation come out and behave atrociously? At this moment, the unavoidable 3rd Nirvana tribulation descended again. The devastating attack made the Lingwu Swordmaster and the others extremely nervous. At the moment when the Nirvana tribulation was about to descend, Lingxi's heart suddenly trembled. A mysterious aura was attracting her. She turned her head around and saw that it was the location of the Sword Soul Emperor, the direction of the Divine Sword Pagoda. The Divine Sword Pagoda was a place that only the 4 Sword Masters and the Sword Soul the Arch could enter. It was simply a forbidden area of the Divine Sword Palace. The Divine Sword Pagoda was just like the 99 levels of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. This was the most crucial moment. Lingxi's sudden distraction caused many experts to break out in cold sweat. Long Chen was even more puzzled. Why was she distracted instead of facing the Nirvana tribulation? He soon found out the answer. Under Lingxi's guidance, the Sword God Pagoda moved. The entire Divine Sword Pagoda rose from the ground and emitted a loud rumble as it flew towards Lingxi. As the Divine Sword Pagoda approached, its appearance also underwent a huge change. It turned from a magnificent pagoda into an incomparably magnificent divine sword surging with sword qi. This sword was enshrouded in divine qi. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with 6 gemstones of different colors. It was magnificent and magnificent. The blade of the sword was pure white. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. It was a perfect match for Lingxi. By the time the sword landed in her hand, it was only a meter long. Such a magnificent sword was far superior to the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword. Its power was also rather terrifying. 6 Daos Immortal Sword. The 4 great sword masters exclaimed in unison with incomparable shock in their eyes. These were the 6 Paths Immortal Swords. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Sword Spirit Emperor's sword was the 6 Paths Immortal Sword. The Lingwu Sword Master's strongest move, the 6 Daos Sovereign Sword, was merely a simulation of the 6 Paths Immortal Sword. The 6 Paths Immortal Sword was the legend of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It was a sword that surpassed the 4 great divine weapons. The 6 Paths Immortal Sword was the only divine sword in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with 9 Dao patterns. Its position in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was equivalent to the true Martial Emperor Palace's 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. At this moment, the 6 Paths Immortal Sword was under Lingxi's control. When the pure goddess's blood was awakened, the 6 Paths Immortal Sword flew to her palm and became her divine weapon. Before the third nirvana tribulation descended, Lingxi held the six-path celestial sword in her hand and gathered all the energy in her body, displaying a shocking power. Even the golden demon imprisonment pillar was only a Dao item with 8 Dao patterns. However, the hilt of the 6 Daos immortal sword had 9 Dao patterns. From this, one could see how vast and powerful the 6 Daos immortal sword was. The current Lingxi was definitely unable to unleash its full power. However, with Lingxi's current strength, it was enough to deal with the third nirvana tribulation with the 6 paths immortal sword. After obtaining the 6 paths immortal sword, Lingxi's petite body charged towards the sky. The 6 paths immortal sword emitted a large amount of white mist that blocked everyone's vision. At this moment, the third nirvana tribulation was provoked and descended. Rumble. That explosion shook the heavens and earth, and all living things submitted. This was a tribulation of death. Many experts were turned into ashes. At this moment, Lingxi let out a soft grunt. She had a determined look on her face as she attacked madly. The 6 paths immortal sword in her hand drew a beautiful trajectory. A soaring sword aura that was more than 1,000 meters long gathered powerful energy and rushed into the blood-yellow tribulation clouds in an instant. The first round of nirvana true lightning that was about to descend was dispersed by the 6 paths immortal sword before it even appeared. The blood-yellow tribulation clouds shrunk by 1/3. A large amount of nirvana rebirth energy gathered towards Lingxi's petite body. Long Chen did not expect Lingxi, who was so delicate, to have such a violent side. He blushed with shame in his heart. However, after seeing Lingxi controlling the 6 Dao celestial swords and possessing such godly might, he was completely relieved. If he joined Lingxi, she would be able to protect herself in the upcoming chaotic situation after she passed the 3 stages of nirvana tribulations and mastered the 6 Dao celestial swords with 9 Dao patterns. With the help of Goddess Su's blood and the ancestral dragon primordial essence supplied by Long Chen, she would probably be able to defeat even a 4th stage nirvana tribulation realm martial artist. Lingxi had finally become the other person with great strength after Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, in the midst of her violent attack, the 6 paths immortal sword erupted with dozens of soaring sword qi. The sharpness of the sword qi was unstoppable. The huge blood-yellow tribulation clouds were completely torn apart by Lingxi. The vast nirvana force descended on Lingxi's body and began to reforge her flesh and blood, giving her even more powerful strength. Rebirth, Lingxi's strength skyrocketed once again. It rose 3 times in a row. When all the power of nirvana was infused into her body, it brought about a huge transformation. The blood of Goddess Su also made her power expand once again. The remaining ancestral dragon essence finally played its role. It mixed with the blood of Goddess Su and produced a stimulating effect, causing Lingxi's power of nirvana to finally expand to the standard of the 3rd stage of the nirvana tribulation realm before finally stopping. Otherwise, the 4th nirvana tribulation would probably descend. If the 4th nirvana tribulation were to descend, Lingxi would definitely be reduced to ashes. Seeing that his soaring strength had finally stopped, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death by Lingxi. At this moment, the strange nirvana force on Lingxi's body had already reached the level of the 4th nirvana tribulation. In terms of nirvana force, Long Chen had become the strongest after the battle with Lingxi, surpassing Mo Xiaolang. Lingxi also followed closely behind Mo Xiaolang. The 3 of them represented the 3 emperor palaces respectively. It could be said that they were the 3 most dazzling geniuses in hundreds of thousands of years. At 3:00 in the morning, they were still number 1. When they woke up, they were actually number 2. Did our dragons lose at the beginning? Did we lose so badly? No, I believe it's because everyone is still asleep. The difference is only about 1,000 hits. As long as everyone works hard, they will catch up and overtake us in a while. So, when you see this sentence, shouldn't you give it a try? We will charge forward with our lives on the line. 7 o'clock, 1 update. 8 o'clock, 2 updates. 9 o'clock, 1 update. All the way until 7 o'clock at night. Chapter 16:12. The third nirvana tribulation had finally dissipated. The goddess in the starry sky held the 6 Daos immortal sword in her hand as everyone looked up at her. She was undergoing the final transformation. Under the rebirth power of the nirvana tribulation, every particle in Lingxi's body was strengthened and reorganized. The pure goddess blood was indeed the blood of a deity. This transformation had a huge effect, transforming Lingxi's body in the direction of an ancient deity. Her vitality was exuberant, her strength surged, and her vitality was strong. She even caught up to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. She had finally fulfilled her desire and obtained the enviable strength and talent. This was what she deserved. After all, she had lived under the shadow of the Sword Soul Great Emperor for far too long. When everything dissipated, she hid all her strength. Just like Long Chen, no one could see how terrifying she was after she hid herself. In fact, the transformation was inside, and people outside could only see the change in her temperament. After awakening the pure goddess blood, Lingxi's every frown and smile became even more charming. She was like a holy lotus, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Together with Long Chen's coquettish and domineering appearance, they formed the most beautiful perfect match between heaven and earth. When everything was over, the first thing that came to Lingxi's mind was Long Chen. She was like a child who had obtained good results and came to Long Chen's side in high spirits, anxiously waiting for Long Chen's praise. Long Chen pulled her into his arms and patted her perky buttocks, causing Lingxi to pout coquettishly. From today onwards, I can't bully you as I please. Who knows if my Lingxi will strike me like a nirvana tribulation? Long Chen laughed. Yes, if you bully me, I will strike you with my sword. Lingxi pouted and said with a sweet smile. This task was finally completed. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Long Chen brought Lingxi back to the 4 great sword masters. After almost 2 days, they finally settled the matter of the pure goddess blood. Long Chen and Lingxi spent some time together, then he asked the Lingwu sword master, Lingxi is now a peerless genius. The Eastern Royal Domain is urgent, so I plan to take Lingxi to have a look. What do you think? If it was in the past, the Lingwu sword master would definitely not agree. But at this moment, with Long Chen's protection and Lingxi's strength, their injuries were almost completely healed. Everyone looked at each other and let the Lingxi decide. The martial sword master glanced angrily at Long Chen, and then he said, since the pure goddess bloodline has been activated, then let's make the preparations first. In a few days, Lingxi will ascend to the position of Sword Soul Great Emperor and announce it to the world. After you go to the Eastern Royal Domain, remember to bring her back. Long Chen, you must remember not to let anything happen to Lingxi. Long Chen could only nod in agreement. Don't worry, Daddy. I'm also very powerful now. Lingxi said. Go and bid farewell to your mother. The Lingwu swordmaster couldn't be bothered with them anymore. To be honest, he naturally didn't want the Sword Spirit Emperor to leave the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. After all, the Sword Spirit Emperor was already the master of the palace and should act like a master. But the current situation was special and Long Chen was too powerful. The Lingwu swordmaster could only let them be. He was more at ease with Long Chen. After tidying up, the two bid farewell to Bai Yuyun and stepped on the road to the true Martial Emperor Palace. To pass through the true Martial Emperor Palace, they had to cross the Shattered Star Sea. It had been a long time since the two of them traveled alone. If it wasn't for the fact that they were pressed for time, they would have been more willing to fulfill their original dream of touring the world. But now that they had each other, they realized that this was already an extravagant hope. Everyone had their own responsibilities, especially since they had their own high positions. Freedom was no longer there. The rise and fall of the world was everyone's responsibility. At this moment, the survival of the common people was more important than anything else. However, Long Chen and Lingxi could also find the joy they had in the past under the heavy pressure. Although the road ahead would be rough, it didn't mean that they couldn't smile. With their speed, it was naturally no problem for them to travel. I've condensed 2 Dao seals, one of which is the Immortal Sword Dao seal. The Immortal Sword is one of the Sword Dao. It's grand and imposing. It's a sword of justice that dispels evil, opens up the world, and protects the world. I cultivated it myself. Lingxi was in Long Chen's arms as the two of them shuttled through the shattered star sea. Her soft and smooth body, sweet and creamy, pressed against his own body. Long Chen cleared his mind and asked, "What's the second Dao seal?" Lingxi blushed and said, "As far as I know, it's brought about by the pure goddess's blood. Let's call it the Pure Maiden Dao seal for now. It's a Dao seal that turns my nirvana energy into a pure white color. It's compatible with the Immortal Sword Dao seal. The Pure Maiden energy is pure and flawless. It dispels evil and has a great restraining effect on filthy energy. This is a part of the Pure Maiden Dao seal's power. The other part." At this point, Lingxi found it a little difficult to speak. "Why don't you say it?" Long Chen teased. Lingxi blushed and said, "It's like this. I also feel that it's very strange. It's a type of yin and yang attribute. It can borrow the yin and yang of powerful creatures, and produce a huge driving force. For both of us, it can push our nirvana energy to rise sharply without using cultivation. The power produced by the yin and yang harmony doesn't have any offensive ability, but it can help the nirvana energy to expand. The reason why I was able to go through 3 nirvana tribulations in a row and absorb the nirvana tribulations every time is because of the power produced by the yin and yang harmony." She looked at Long Chen with admiration and said, "Of course, the Pure Maiden's original characteristics aren't strong to this extent. So I guess it should be related to your ancestral dragon body." At this point, Lingxi could no longer continue speaking. She was thin-skinned, so she was naturally bashful when talking about this. But Long Chen understood everything. Truth be told, the characteristics of the plain girl Dao seal were truly abnormal. The first layer was able to dispel demonic and evil energy, but the second layer was able to use the method of balancing yin and yang to produce a surge in the power of nirvana. It was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, Lingxi had only just awakened the pure goddess's blood and had just formed the plain girl Dao seal, yet she was able to produce such a surge in power. As Lingxi's husband, Long Chen suddenly felt that this world was really wonderful. In the future, he estimated that even without the celestial spirit, the surge in nirvana energy would be faster than others. Moreover, both of them would improve at the same time. Thinking of the wonderful things, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? You're so bad." Lingxi was annoyed and slapped his chest. The two of them looked at each other. After 10 years of hard work, they finally ushered in the happiest scene. This feeling was not just, but it touched their hearts. With a beauty in his arms, what was the big deal about conquering the world? It was still a small difference of 1,400 hits. Chapter 1613. Eastern Royal Region. This time, they moved from the Sword Soul Emperor Palace to the Eastern Royal Region without passing through the true Martial Emperor Palace. For the matter of the Eastern Emperor region, Long Chen could be said to be deeply worried. Otherwise, after fighting for 10 years and finally getting together with Lingxi, how could he not be entangled for a few more days? Lingxi obviously wanted to spend a few more days with Long Chen, but she was more sensible. She knew that there might be many people waiting for her and Long Chen's rescue. The day she became the Sword Soul Emperor would naturally mean a greater responsibility. Everyone had to mature in the face of danger. In fact, Long Chen never slacked off during the journey. His ancestral dragon body had a strong physical body and powerful divine abilities, but it also consumed a lot of energy. After transforming into his dragon form, he would definitely erupt with his strongest combat strength, invincible under the fourth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, but the endurance of the battle was not good, so he could not give up the combat strength when he was in human form. Of course, even the ancestral dragon body could use Tao artifacts. In human form, Long Chen's battle strength was equally amazing. He could use the Massacre Dragon Seal and Illusionary Mirage. Of course, he could also use the God-Slaying Sword, Lingxi Sword, and the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. With Long Chen's current strength, he could mobilize almost all the Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns in human form and unleash the strongest power of the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. However, he still needed to suppress the City Lord of the Wrong's heart, so he could only use 50 columns at most. The Lingxi Sword was still mysterious and had fatal means. Besides the breakthrough of the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, Long Chen also had a breakthrough in the Khanate Dao technique, God-Slaying Art. The Massacre Dragon Seal and Illusionary Mirage were Khanate Dao techniques from the Ancestral Dragon. And the God-Slaying Art came from the God-Slaying Sword. The God-Slaying Art had 33,000 words, and its level of subtlety was quite terrifying. After all, the potential of the God-Slaying Sword was so great that it couldn't be controlled. When Long Chen mastered the Massacre Dao Seal, he finally came into contact with the true God-Slaying Art. 33,000 words appeared clearly in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't just imitate the trajectory of the words, but could actually cultivate the God-Slaying Art. Heaven's Concealment, the strange God-Slaying Art, was actually more difficult to understand than the Ancestral Dragon's Khanate Dao Art. During the journey, Long Chen comprehended the God-Slaying Art with his understanding of the Massacre Dao. With his current talent, he was indeed very familiar with the first part. However, towards the end, because of his comprehension of the Heavenly Dao, he was temporarily unable to comprehend it. Even so, the God-Slaying Art was still a great help to Long Chen. The God-Slaying Sword with only 4 Dao patterns and the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column were Long Chen's 2 killer weapons in his human form. In terms of fighting capacity, apart from the 2 mysterious Great Emperors and the terrifying City Master of the Tragic City, Long Chen was invincible. The Demon Dragon Palace Master might be the strongest person below the 3 Great Emperors, but in reality, with the Purple Blood Demon Dragon's bloodline, it probably wouldn't be able to display much combat power when facing its ancestor. Therefore, the Demon Dragon Palace Master was inferior to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, his opponent was a prisoner from the Eternal God Realm. This was an extremely dangerous person. He had unlimited possibilities. After several days of traveling, Long Chen finally arrived at Emperor Dong's palace. Because something big had happened in Emperor Dong's palace, it was very lively at the moment. Long Chen's deeds had spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 realms. He was almost the strongest dragon martial artist. He had defeated the 4 great sword masters and was almost invincible. Such a person had a lot of connections with the Eastern Royal Domain, and even the entire Eastern Royal Domain was proud of him. It was conceivable that when Long Chen and the next Sword Soul Great Emperor arrived at Emperor Dong's palace, they immediately caused a huge commotion. Outside the teleportation array, countless people prostrated themselves before Long Chen. Holy Martial Emperor! Long Chen had become the pillar of the entire true martial imperial domain. Those people's reverent gazes made Long Chen realize the importance of responsibility. Long Chen hurriedly asked everyone to stand up. At this time, he saw many acquaintances who had heard the news and were rushing over. They were all acquaintances of the true martial imperial palace, and now they were all in Emperor Dong's palace. They were Wenren Jingtao, Han Yunxing, Nangong Lai, and Feng Jilin. Their eyes were full of anxiety. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's talk somewhere else." As he swept them away, they appeared in another corner of Emperor Dong's palace. Wenren Jingtao had helped him a lot, and Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing were people that Long Chen respected. As for Feng Jilin, she more or less had a complicated relationship, but she had probably heard about what had happened in the Sword Soul Imperial Palace. They had thought that it would be a little awkward, but Feng Jilin looked indifferent and stood aside without saying anything. Lingxi had hidden in Long Chen's body before, so she knew that this beautiful woman had a lot to do with Long Chen. When she appeared, she subconsciously held onto Long Chen's arm, looking vigilant. Long Chen quickly put this aside and asked, "Senior Wenren, Uncle Han, Uncle Nangong, how is the situation in the Eastern Royal Domain now?" Wenren Jingtao said angrily, "I just received the order to go to the Sword Soul Imperial Palace to find you. I didn't expect you to come back first. The situation has changed." "What change?" Long Chen asked anxiously. Could it be that even the true martial emperor couldn't suppress it? Wenren Jingtao said, "This time, the emperor didn't come. I don't know why, but he went back to the imperial palace. The three martial venerables are here, but the city lord of the wronged acted faster than expected. Before the three martial venerables arrived, they already controlled the 16 prefectures. The emperor didn't come, and the three martial venerables tried everything they could but still couldn't find the root of the demon tree, so they went to find you, 16 prefectures. In that case, wouldn't 16 out of the 108 prefectures become the land of death in the supreme shadow demon world? In other words, at least 5 million people would be turned into ghosts." Long Chen's eyes instantly turned red and his breathing quickened. His blood was burning with anger. The terrifying dragon's aura caused everyone present to tremble in fear. "Chen, calm down." Lingxi touched his arm. Long Chen took a deep breath, but the redness in his eyes didn't fade. Wenren Jingtao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "After the emperor and the others came back, they found that the 16 prefectures had all turned into ghosts. Fortunately, they came back in time. Otherwise, the entire Eastern Royal Domain would be finished." Under the control of the three martial venerables, the land of death did not continue to expand, but the three martial venerables couldn't find the specific location of the demon tree. As long as the demon tree is not destroyed, the disaster will not stop. That was the general situation. It wasn't that the emperor made a mistake, but that the other party moved too fast. Where did the mystical dragons go? Wake up. Rush toward the sun. Hope is right in front of us. Chapter 1614. As for Zhenwu Great Emperor, Long Chen knew that he didn't have much power left. If he had to stand up for everything, he wouldn't have enough left to deal with the city lord of the wronged. So, Long Chen didn't blame him. This was just a show of force by the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen was delayed for a while, but he still came back. It wasn't the time to blame himself, but to save. But every time he thought of the city lord of the wronged's cruelty and the millions of deaths, Long Chen's anger was no less than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's oppression. Those were all living lives. Gone just like that. He restrained his anger and asked, "Does everyone in the Emperor Palace know about this catastrophe?" Han Yunxing said, "After the experts of the 3 regions and 9 realms returned from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the news only exists among the higher-ups. In order to avoid panic, they haven't spread it yet. But he reckoned that it would be revealed soon. Now, all the experts of the Martial God Palace have been dispatched. The 3,000 palaces have dispatched more than 50 million people to the 4 emperors' domain. Most of the experts are concentrated at the borders of the 16 prefectures to resist the newly emerged ghosts. The situation had reached a critical juncture." Nangong Lai said, the most important thing now is that the three martial venerables still can't find the source, so they want us to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and ask you to come back. Since you're back, hurry over there. The billions of people in the Eastern Royal region need you. Long Chen didn't hesitate. After understanding the details from Wenren Jingtao, he brought Lingxi to the 16 prefectures that had become a land of death. Long Chen. Feng Zhilin stopped him and spoke for the first time. What's wrong? Long Chen turned around. Nothing. Be careful. Beauty in the Wind said, then closed her mouth. Long Chen nodded and brought Lingxi with him. The two quickly disappeared from the four people's sight, leaving them looking at each other. The more we try to catch up to a genius, the more powerless we become. We'd better be ourselves. Wenren Jingtao said weakly. I feel proud of him, Nangong Lai said with a smile. Long Chen's emotions were very unstable. 5 million people. If the city lord of the wronged was not killed as soon as possible, with his cruelty, how many people would he have to kill before he would be satisfied? What was most intolerable was that in his eyes, the lives of these commoners were not worth mentioning at all. They were merely tools for him to raise the power of the Ghost King. This divine realm prisoner was truly devoid of humanity and deranged. Long Chen couldn't bear to see 5 million people die. To him, every life was precious. Killing was a way to protect them. Therefore, at this moment, his Slaughter Dao seal was releasing a shocking power. Using the Cosmos teleportation formation, the two of them teleported to the place closest to the 16 prefectures. The teleportation formations of the three sovereign domains were incomparably dense. These were teleportation formations from the ancient times. No one knew how to build them, nor how to replicate them. It was as if they were born from the heavens and earth. The people of the three sovereign domains could only use them. After arriving here, a putrid smell of blood had already assaulted their nostrils. The forces of the three regions and 9 realms had already gone back to prepare. The Eastern Royal Domain was the first to suffer a disaster. Next, there would definitely be countless people who would die a violent death. Their families would be torn apart. No one could bear such a terrible disaster, especially after they died. They would become ghosts and devour the corpses of their companions. What a tragic thing it was. This was not a small number. 80 million people in the supreme demon world would die a violent death. Currently, 500 people in the Eastern Royal Domain would suffer the most terrible disaster. Their lives were like livestock, their life essence drained by the city lord of the wronged. The hideous man standing in the dark must be laughing at him at this moment. The relationship between Long Chen and the city lord of the wronged was more like a gamble, a struggle. He used the lives of 5 million people to demonstrate his might to Long Chen. It was useless no matter how angry he was. It was useless no matter how painful it was. Long Chen gritted his teeth. But when he saw the deathly silent land before him, ghosts rampaging, and countless miserable souls struggling in the sky, crying and screaming in pain, Long Chen felt that he was really going to go crazy. No one could remain calm after experiencing such a scene. This was the Nether Prefecture. It was Long Chen's first time in the true martial imperial domain. The city lord of the wronged must have chosen this place for him to see. He was intimidating Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was almost crazy, and he let out an angry roar. Chen, Chen. Lingxi hugged him tightly, holding his head in her arms and comforting him with a sob. Calm down, okay? There are still many people who need you to save. You can't go crazy before victory, Lingxi said anxiously. Long Chen bit his lip. Let's go, Lingxi. Let's go in and destroy the demon tree first. The demon tree was the source of the death curse. All the experts of the true martial imperial palace were stationed at the border of the 16 prefectures. The three martial venerables led almost all the experts above the third level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm to travel through the 16 prefectures, searching for the source of the demon tree. Long Chen arrived. The experts guarding the border woke up with a start. They cried tears of joy when they saw Long Chen arrive. Everyone's face was filled with anger and sorrow. Perhaps, among them, some of their hometowns were here. For example, Yi Xian and the others, their hometowns were here in the Nether Prefecture. At this moment, everything was destroyed. What was the use of crying? What was the use of anger? Only battle. Only victory. Long Chen gritted his teeth. As the disciples respectfully sent him off, he led Lingxi into the barren battlefield. In front of them, the miasma roiled like a giant beast, letting out terrifying roars. The thick black smoke was endless. Under the miasma, the original people had become ghosts. Iron chains grew out of their bodies, and their faces turned green with fangs. They were incomparably hungry, and they began to kill each other. They lost their minds, and they began to eat the flesh and blood of their companions. This was a world where ghosts ran amok. Long Chen and Lingxi rushed in. Let's find the three martial venerables first, then think of a way to destroy the demon tree. The 16 prefectures cover such a large area, it won't be easy to find a single tree. Long Chen calmed down and analyzed. After advancing for several dozen kilometers, Lingxi suddenly came to a halt. There were already quite a few specters on the ground below. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Lingxi did not answer. She released the pure white nirvana power, and found that the miasma seemed to be pushed away by the heavens. Long Chen's shock turned to ecstasy. The power of the pure maiden. Chapter 16-15. In his excitement, Long Chen grabbed a ghostly creature from below. Release your nirvana power into its body, Long Chen said in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. Lingxi grunted in acknowledgement. She extended her fair fingers, and the milky white power of the goddess of nirvana began to flow into the struggling ghostly creature. When the nirvana power entered its body, the ghostly creature shrieked in pain. However, Long Chen realized that the chains on its body were actually shattering. The ghostly creature's appearance was also rapidly shrinking. Its green face and fangs began to disappear, and in a split second, it actually returned to its human form. Lingxi's goddess of nirvana power was pure and holy. It actually had such a strong dispelling effect on the evil curse. The golden demon imprisonment column was also a righteous power, but it only had destructive power. It did not have this kind of recovery effect. This was an old man. When the evil power on his body was completely removed, he actually woke up slowly. When he saw Long Chen and Lingxi, he was completely stunned. What exactly happened? The old man asked in shock. He looked down and saw a tragic scene below, which also made hot tears flow down his face. Oh my God! How could this be? The old man's eyes were filled with hot tears. Long Chen nervously checked his body and found that the old man's body had aged more severely. It was as if he had lost 100 years of life. At least 100 years. He could not explain anything to this old man, so he could only first bring him into the God Kingdom. When he was there, he said to Lingxi excitedly, "Your nirvana power can dispel the curse, but the power of the city lord of the wrong's curse, while turning people into ghostly creatures, also devours their life force. Although it can be recovered, it will also lose a portion of their life. There is no way for them to fully recover." Even so, this was still a huge turning point. Long Chen excitedly hugged Lingxi and kissed her hard on the cheek. "You are so awesome. You are indeed my wife." He had never thought that the goddess of Nirvana's blood would have such an effect. Perhaps, this would be a huge turning point for the better. Lingxi accidentally discovered that she had this ability. To be honest, she was much happier than Long Chen. After all, her wish was to help Long Chen. At this moment, she realized how valuable she was. Long Chen did not let his excitement get to his head. He said, "Unfortunately, you're only one person, and your rebirth energy is limited, so you can't overexert it and damage your foundation. Right now, the demon tree has not been eliminated, and a large number of ghosts are still being produced. Without the control of the system, your help alone will not be effective. Chen, you go find the demon tree. I'll save them. Is that okay?" Lingxi had to say. Long Chen shook his head. "That's not appropriate. The 10 great ghost kings are elusive. I can't leave you alone. If they find out that you have such power, I'm afraid they will seek revenge and eliminate you. So I have to keep you by my side at all times. Without the control of the system, you won't be able to save many people. First, follow me to cut down the demon tree, then let the power of the imperial palace take control of the 16 prefectures. Then, we'll make the final move." No matter what, this was the biggest discovery in this war. The appearance of Lingxi meant that those who had been cursed to become ghosts had a chance to be revived. Although it could not save everyone, it could at least save most of them. So Lingxi was very precious. Long Chen had to protect her because she was the key to millions of people regaining their lives. "Follow me first." Long Chen did not let his excitement get to his head. "Wait." Just as Long Chen was about to set off, Lingxi stopped him. She said, "With my sensitivity to the miasma, I can roughly sense where it is coming from." Long Chen really wanted to pinch her face until it exploded. Her ability had come at the right time. While the 3 martial venerables were still desperately searching for the demon tree in the 16 prefectures, Lingxi led the way and brought Long Chen to the deepest part of the 16 prefectures. As long as they eradicated the demon tree first and then took control of the 16 prefectures, there would come a day when Lingxi could restore most people. The true martial imperial domain was vast and boundless. There were 108 prefectures in the eastern imperial domain. Among them, 16 were vast and boundless. However, Long Chen already stood at the peak of the 3 regions and 9 realms. His speed was astonishing. Ordinary people could not even see the humanoid ancestor dragon with the naked eye. If not for the fact that Lingxi needed a certain amount of time to identify the source of the miasma, Long Chen's speed would be even more terrifying. He was also anxious to save the people immediately. A person's life was insignificant, but the lives of millions of people were even more urgent. How many people could endure the separation of their families and the suffering of the people? Although Long Chen was not the savior of the world, responsibility weighed heavily on every man's heart and could not be ignored. All he could do was grit his teeth and contribute his strength. He would have no regrets. "Xiaoshi, we just got married, but I brought you to this wretched place. Do you hate me?" Long Chen said with narrowed eyes as he faced the miasma. "No, you will always be the great hero in my heart. My only desire is to be by your side and help you. I have already fulfilled my wish, so I am very happy." Long Chen revealed a smile. This girl was someone he would love for the rest of his life. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year. We only seek to die on the same day. With you, I have no regrets in this life. How much affection could they have for each other to this extent? Beauty was bad, conquering the world. Let leisure and escape die. After about half a day, they had entered the depths of the 16 prefectures. They were no longer in the Nether Prefecture's territory. As they approached the demon tree, Long Chen suddenly discovered that there was an intense battle ahead. He exchanged a glance with Lingxi. There is only one possibility of a battle here. 3 martial sovereigns and 10 ghost kings. At this thought, Long Chen used his fastest speed and rushed in that direction like a gust of wind. The miasma along the way exploded and retreated. The people who were fighting looked over in shock when they heard the terrifying sonic boom. They saw a handsome young man holding the hand of a beautiful girl as they descended on the battlefield. On one side were true martial emperor palaces Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao, along with other third-level nirvana tribulation experts. These people all knew Long Chen. When Long Chen had been a holy martial emperor, they had given him high marks in the second round of the exam. On the other side were 6 ghost kings. When old enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Chapter 16:16. What made Long Chen feel a little uneasy was that these 6 ghost kings were much stronger than when he had seen them. Previously, Wenren Shi could still fight a few ghostly kings alone, but today, he was fighting 2 ghostly kings alone. He had reached his limit and was in danger. Lin Juniao was also fighting with 2 ghostly kings. The other 2 ghostly kings were very powerful. Facing more than a dozen third Nirvana realm martial artists, they were actually able to handle them with ease. Several martial artists were already seriously injured, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Little Shi helped the 2 martial venerables. Long Chen informed Lingxi and appeared in front of the dozen third Nirvana realm martial artists. Long Chen's appearance brought great hope to the team that was about to be defeated. Most of the people here had seen Long Chen's performance in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. With Long Chen's power to kill the Lingwu Sword Master, everyone's crisis would definitely be resolved. Although he did not transform into his divine dragon form, it was definitely enough to deal with these ghostly kings. The 2 ghostly kings were burly and powerful. They had green faces and fangs, and their mouths were spitting green mucus. At this moment, they were launching a violent attack on the Imperial Palace martial artists. Long Chen intervened. "Are you courting death?" Under Long Chen's terrifying power, the god-slaying sword in his hand slashed down with one hand. 81 sword rays shot out and instantly expanded into hundreds of meters of sword aura. With the support of the Massacre Dao Seal, the wordless art sword directly minced the upper body of a ghostly king into pieces. The ghostly king that everyone had been fighting for a long time was defeated by Long Chen in one move. Back in the Shadow Realm, Long Chen was suppressed by King Chujiang to the point that he could not move. Everyone stopped and looked at Long Chen in horror. At this moment, another ghostly king with an even larger body pounced towards Long Chen. "Competing with me in strength?" Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword. When the ghostly king approached, his speed instantly soared, and in a short moment, he was behind the ghostly king. A dragon's roar exploded. Long Chen punched out and that terrifying force directly penetrated the ghost king's head. Xiao Chen then spun around, and his powerful dragon leg smashed the ghost king into the ground, creating a 100-meter-wide crater. Green mucus exploded, and a disgusting smell spread out. The 2 ghost kings instantly lost the ability to fight. So what if the Jia family was close to the 4th level of Nirvana? They were still being tortured by Long Chen. On the other side, Lingxi's 6-path immortal sword Qi wreaked havoc, causing the 2 ghost kings to let out horrifying screams as their bodies burned with white flames. The 6 ghost kings were instantly defeated. "Don't let them leave," Long Chen reminded loudly. But suddenly, black flames burst forth from the bodies of the 6 ghost kings. By the time the flames were gone, the 6 ghost kings had disappeared once more. Their speed of escape was faster than anything else. These damn things could never be killed. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he gathered with the 2 martial venerables. The others looked at Long Chen with awe. Was this still the same Long Chen who allowed them to point at him and give him grades? He was too amazing. With Lingxi's help, Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao were not injured. They looked at Lingxi in shock. This is the potential of Goddess Su's blood? It's only been a few days, and you're already at the 3rd level of Nirvana? And you've even mastered the 6-path immortal sword with 9 Dao patterns? Lingxi smiled sweetly when someone praised her. It's all thanks to Chen. How generous. Long Chen arrived, looked around, and said, "Why were we attacked here?" Lin Juniao said, "We were looking for the demon tree. The miasma here is the thickest, so it should be nearby." Lingxi nodded. It is indeed nearby. Otherwise, the ghost kings would not have appeared. How did you get here so quickly? Wenren she had just sent Wenren Jingtao to find Long Chen. I got here first. Aren't there 3 martial venerables? Where's Yi Futu? Long Chen asked. Yi Futu is not on good terms with us, but he has already admitted his mistake. The calamity has come, and the emperor has forgiven him. Right now, he should be leading his people to look for the demon tree. Wenren she said disdainfully. Back then, Yi Futu could suppress Long Chen, but now he could only look up to him. In the face of great danger, personal grudges were just a small matter. Long Chen didn't want to bother with him, and since there were so many people around, he said, "Little Sheik can find the exact location of the demon tree. Everyone, be careful and follow me. We'll destroy this demon tree first." Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao looked at each other and nodded. Long Chen already had the combat power to match the sacred martial emperor's status, so it was no problem for him to command the 3 martial venerables. With Lingxi leading the way, the group continued forward. Long Chen learned a lot about the changes in the eastern royal region from Wenren Shi. Just as he was about to tell them the good news from Lingxi, someone came from the side. It was Yi Futu and the 5 3rd-level Nirvana Tribulation cultivators behind him, including the Hall Master of Hanwu Temple. The group soon saw Long Chen. Among them, the Hall Master of Hanwu Temple and Yi Futu had not seen Long Chen's terrifying performance in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, but Long Chen's deeds had spread throughout the world, so they must know. After seeing Long Chen, Yi Futu turned around and left without saying anything. "Come back," Long Chen said coldly. Yi Futu paused for a moment, then led the group to Long Chen. Although the Hall Master of Hanwu Temple and the others were extremely unwilling, they still bowed. They respected Long Chen, the sacred martial emperor. The world's calamity is more important than personal grudges. The eastern royal region has suffered such a change, and the 10 ghost kings are hiding here. Any grudges are now gone. Don't wander around and get yourselves into trouble. We are going to eradicate the demon tree now. If Martial Sovereign Yi knows what's important, come with me. Long Chen did not want to stir up old grudges with him. Compared to the major events of the eastern royal region, Yi Futu's little grudge was nothing. Yes, sacred martial emperor. Yi Futu lowered his head. The image of a smiling Buddha was no longer there. Long Chen found that his eyes were gloomy. Perhaps he had been imprisoned by great Emperor Zhenwu for too long, so he was resentful. That was natural. But if he vented his resentment on such a major event, Long Chen would not let him go. "Follow me," Long Chen said. The group moved forward quickly. Long Chen needed the 3 martial sovereigns to take control of the ghost realm of the 16 prefectures, so he had to explain about Lingxi first. On the way, he explained clearly about Lingxi's blood of Goddess Su. Hearing this news, everyone was extremely excited. Even the Hall Master of Hanwu Temple, although he did not like Long Chen, was overjoyed to hear that there was a way to save the world. After all, Emperor Dong's palace was also a part of Zhenwu Imperial Palace. Only Yi Futu looked indifferent. Chapter 16-17. When the demon tree is eradicated, mobilize the martial god palace disciples to take control of the 16 prefectures. Lingxi can save all living beings, Long Chen said in a deep voice. Wenren Shi was noble and virtuous, but when he saw millions of people die, his eyes turned red and he was filled with anger. When he heard that Lingxi had such power, he was quite impressed and said excitedly, "Young Emperor, and Miss Lingxi, you are so young, but you have such thoughts and abilities. Wenren Shi is very impressed. If there is anything in the future, just send me to do it. As long as I am alive, I will not shrink back." Lin Juniao was the same. Although she did not say anything, the determination in her eyes was clear. The other third-grade Nirvana Tribulation martial artists were also completely convinced by Long Chen. Everyone is responsible for the suffering of the common people. Those who rebel and harbor evil intentions will not be pitied even if they die. Long Chen uttered these strange words before moving again. The group advanced majestically, and the miasma in front of them became thicker and thicker. That was the Ghost Region Forest. This was a place Long Chen was familiar with. When he obtained the Godslayer's inheritance, he hid in this place to cultivate. This was a huge and boundless forest. Long Chen did not expect that the demon tree would be hidden in such a place. The entire ghastly domain forest was filled with the demonic trees. With Lingxi present, the miasma did not dare to approach at all. The group reached the depths of the Ghost Region Forest without any obstacles. Long Chen looked up. In front of him, there was a black and red demonic barrier, similar to the wind and snow demon region of the Shadow Demon realm, standing in the middle of the forest. In the demonic barrier, the demon tree, which looked like a black naked girl, was dancing inside. They saw this kind of thing again. If it was not the eyes of the city lord of the wronged, then what could it be? Through the demonic barrier, the group could not see clearly. However, when they saw the source of this evil, everyone was filled with hatred and anger. The 10 great ghost kings may appear. I will break this demonic barrier. The 3 martial venerables, prepare to fight. Lingxi, stay with the other martial artists and protect them. Make sure everyone is safe, Long Chen instructed. Yes. Everyone listened to the order. Lingxi was even more happy, because Long Chen didn't protect her, but gave her this very important task. This was a sign of trust. After giving the order, Long Chen moved forward resolutely. Under his summons, 50 golden demon imprisonment columns suddenly appeared and suppressed the heaven and earth. 55 clawed golden dragons coiled around the 50 golden demon imprisonment columns and let out terrifying roars. In an instant, all the miasma was scared away. A golden radiance burst forth from Long Chen's body, piercing through the sky. The divine might reappeared. All the martial artists had awe in their eyes. Change. A total of 50 golden demon imprisonment columns, under Long Chen's control, first shrunk, then combined, forming a single golden demon imprisonment column. It wasn't a fusion, but a combination. The golden lightning wrapped all the golden demon imprisonment columns together. 50 mystical dragons circled around the golden demon imprisonment pillar, emitting a majestic aura. Long Chen's eyes were cold. With the golden demon subduing column in his hand, he revealed a cold smile. City Lord of the Wronged, Old Ghost, Long Chen raised the golden demon imprisonment column high. You guys, still not willing to come out? Just as Long Chen said this, a total of 9 ghost kings appeared from within the demon repellent, staring at Long Chen with bloodthirsty eyes. 9 great ghost kings, incomparably terrifying. Everyone was a little fearful. But seeing Long Chen, this pillar, standing boldly in front of them, no one was afraid. The 3 martial honorables came out together, standing beside Long Chen. As the ghost kings moved, Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, I'll deal with 6, the 3 of you, each take 1. The 3 martial honorables were shocked. If they each took on 2, and Long Chen took on 3, it might be better. But Long Chen had the courage, so they could only do as he said. hatred, passion, pain. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. Long Chen represented the millions of humans, gathering the power of their faith into his body. The golden demon imprisonment column let out a deafening roar. I want to see if your undying bodies are truly undying. At this moment, Long Chen did not hesitate. With the violent golden demon imprisonment column in his hand, he was like a primordial beast as he moved out. Of the 9 ghost kings, 6 immediately went to deal with Long Chen. Long Chen was enraged, and the golden demon imprisonment column came crashing down. 9 dragons devour the heavens. When the golden demon imprisonment column came crashing down with terrifying power, the 6 ghost kings blocked it together. Boom! At this moment, 2 of the ghost kings were directly turned into dust by Long Chen's power, falling into the demon repellent. They did not die. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. The golden demon imprisonment column swept out again. The remaining 7 ghost kings howled. I know you're watching. Long Chen roared. Watch carefully, I will get my revenge. As long as I don't die, even if you come back to life, even if you are strong, with my potential, one day, I will tear you to pieces. If you anger me, don't let me live. Remember my oath today. If you dare touch the human race, if you dare touch the common people, I will make you pay with your blood. At this moment, the golden demon imprisonment column exploded with its peak power, and smashed down again. The 4 ghost kings defended frantically. Golden demon imprisonment formation. When this move was executed, the ferocious rod shadows completely confined the 4 great ghost kings. The crowd could only watch as the 4 great ghost kings were smashed into smithereens by the frenzied Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column. The last staff strike, Long Chen landed on the demon repellent, and instantly, the demon repellent exploded. Get out of the way! Long Chen roared. The 3 martial honorables hurriedly retreated. Long Chen used the aftermath of the golden demon imprisonment column to sweep across, and the remaining 3 ghost kings exploded in the sky. The sky was filled with black particles that rained down. Countless people looked at this scene in shock, and swallowed their saliva. In their eyes, Long Chen was already a godlike existence. At this moment, the demon repellent exploded, and the black-red demon repellent disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a bewitching black tree. This might be a tree, but it looked more like a naked, black girl. The girl's figure was like a devil, seductive, and had endless charm. Long Chen immediately looked at her eyes, but realized that they were empty. Her heart! Someone exclaimed. Long Chen hurriedly looked over and saw that there was a person on her heart. It was a person surrounded by black veins. For a moment, he couldn't see the person's face clearly, but he could sense a powerful aura coming from the person. Long Chen suddenly remembered that there were only 9 ghost kings that appeared just now. He suddenly remembered that Kitten said that this move of the city lord of the wronged was used to increase the strength of the ghost kings. This ghost king was the core of the demon tree, and also the heart of that bewitching girl. The 3 clicked chapters were posted together. Even the clicks fell to 3rd place. Dragons, what are you all doing? Work hard to counterattack. You wanted to charge to the top, but you fell to 3rd place, don't embarrass yourself too much. Chapter 16-18. The 9 ghost kings were all blasted into smithereens by the overwhelming might of Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column. Everyone understood how powerful the 9 ghost kings were. Previously, they had no way of dealing with 2 ghost kings. As for Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao, as martial venerables, they could only deal with 2 ghost kings. While the 3 martial venerables couldn't even defeat their first opponent, Long Chen had not only broken the demonic barrier, but he had also shattered the 9 ghost kings. As for whether or not he could truly kill them, Long Chen was powerless. This was because under the control of the city lord of the wronged, their regenerative abilities were too strong. Back then, the dynasty had been smashed into smithereens by Long Chen, yet they had still survived, let alone the 10 ghost kings. The only thing he could do was to eradicate the demon tree as soon as possible. The 3 martial venerables and the rest of the experts stopped their attacks and waited for Long Chen to launch the final attack on the demon tree. At the same time, they were also paying attention to their surroundings to prevent the 10 ghost kings from appearing again. Long Chen held the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand and walked forward resolutely. His eyes were cold. In front of him, at the heart of the demon tree, there was a short, fat man covered in black. He was surrounded by thick, black veins, and his heart was beating non-stop, just like a real heart. This reminded Long Chen of the city lord of the wronged's heart in his god's kingdom. That was also a person, and it was a beautiful young lady in blue. What the hell was the city lord of the wronged? When Long Chen had interacted with him, he had been very amiable. However, when he was in the demonic shadow realm, Long Chen had realized that he was a true demon. The golden demon imprisonment column, which was filled with explosive power, spun in his hand. Long Chen focused all his attention on the demon tree. Just as everyone was holding their breaths and waiting for Long Chen's final attack, when everyone let their guard down, the eyes of one of the 3 martial venerables, the massacre martial venerable, suddenly exploded with an intense bloody glow as he charged in the direction of Lingxi. Yi Futu. Wenren Shi and Lin Juniao were both alarmed. They hurriedly chased after Yi Futu. Although they didn't know why Yi Futu was acting so crazily, his sudden actions were definitely nothing good. Furthermore, he had a grudge against Long Chen. The person Yi Futu was targeting was Lingxi. No one knew the reason. In fact, even the hall master of Hanwu Temple was stunned. He was standing right next to Lingxi, and he was closer to Lingxi. He could clearly see Yi Futu's unimaginably bloodthirsty gaze. Yi Futu's sudden attack on Lingxi alarmed everyone. Lingxi was Long Chen's true love and Long Chen's fatal weakness. Did Yi Futu want to subdue Lingxi and target Long Chen? No one knew, but it had something to do with Long Chen. But at this time, Long Chen was preparing to deal with the demon tree. At this critical moment, Lingxi, who was always on guard, felt Yi Futu's murderous intent. She was actually very smart. She knew that Yi Futu and Long Chen weren't on good terms, so when he made his move, she was immediately alerted. Yi Futu had never seen Lingxi in action before. Lingxi had dealt with the Ghost King before. If he had seen Lingxi in action, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless. Just as Yi Futu reached out with his murderous claws, the beautiful 6 Paths Divine Sword appeared in Lingxi's hand. A pure light shot out, and the 6 Paths Divine Sword became the focus of everyone's attention. Tao of the human realm, unfettered roam. At this moment, Lingxi already possessed boundless strength. She wasn't a pushover that could be easily pinched. The 6 Path Immortal Swords executed the innate Taoist art. Under her dance, the 6 Path Immortal Swords formed a mesmerizing dance. She was like a fairy dancing gracefully in the heavenly palace. Lingxi executed a mystical footwork that was soft and smooth. The 6 Path Immortal Swords in her hand easily displayed shocking killing intent. Wherever the dance went, it looked peaceful, but sword chi was actually everywhere. Lingxi's power was Yi Futu's biggest mistake. Not only did Yi Futu fail, he even managed to force Lingxi's sharp sword away. He was now 20 meters away from Lingxi, unable to advance any further. His strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary 4th-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivator, and with the terrifying power of the 6 Paths Celestial Sword, the 6 Paths Celestial Sword, he was unable to advance any further. At this moment, his blood-red eyes turned into a look of extreme shock. He hadn't expected the attack that he had planned for so long to fail so easily. Lingxi had already exceeded his expectations. But he hadn't expected Lingxi to actually have the Six Paths Divine Sword. This was a super weapon equivalent to the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. The four great sword masters had actually allowed her to bring it out. Just as Yi Futu was reeling in shock, that sinister voice rang out behind him. "What, you're not going to continue?" Hearing this voice, Yi Futu's hair stood on end. Long Chen was 20 meters behind him, looking at him with a cold smile. That golden demon imprisonment column, which weighed millions of kilograms, was being played with easily in his hands. "I'm asking you, why aren't you continuing?" Long Chen's tone was heavy. In his anger, Yi Futu laughed coldly and said, "I believe you. Life is full of ups and downs. It's your world now. But Long Chen, don't be too smug. If you knew how terrifying he really is, you definitely wouldn't be happy right now. The 3 regions and 9 worlds are destined to be destroyed, and you are also destined to die. I'm the only one who can survive." Speaking of this, Yi Futu became extremely fanatical. From his words, Long Chen could tell that something was amiss. He said, "Looks like you've defected to the city lord of the wronged?" He was heartbroken. As one of the 3 great martial venerables, he wasn't angered by the deaths of his people, but defected to the city lord of the wronged? Long Chen had long noticed that something was wrong with this guy, but he didn't want to make it clear. He hadn't expected him to expose himself. As for the reason he went to deal with Lingxi, it was obvious that Long Chen had previously told him that Lingxi had the ability to cleanse curses. So he realized that if he could kill Lingxi, it would definitely be a great achievement. In this life, Long Chen couldn't tolerate traitors. Especially this kind of ungrateful, heartless traitor. There was no room for reasoning now. Long Chen walked towards Yi Futu. Yi Futu retreated step by step. "I'll ask you one last question. Do you feel that you've let down the imperial palace and the parents who raised you? Yi Futu, or are you not a human?" Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Hearing this, Yi Futu laughed maniacally. "Kid, don't try to persuade me to turn back. I've already fallen into the demonic path. How can I turn back? The Emperor imprisoned me under that golden mountain. Do you know how much I've suffered? You're the pride of the heavens. You were born with everything. How would you know how much I've suffered?" Long Chen was speechless. "I'll send you to the afterlife." With that, a blood-colored mark appeared in Long Chen's hand. There were 50,000 hits. Fuck. Chapter 16-19. The other 2 martial venerables were still in the dark about Yi Futu's betrayal. They were not as sharp as Long Chen and did not notice the minute changes in Yi Futu, but Long Chen had already known. That was why he had purposely warned Lingxi to be careful of this fellow. Otherwise, Lingxi would not have reacted so quickly. Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao looked troubled. They still felt that there was a chance. After all, they had spent so much time with Yi Futu and knew that he was not a bad person. Perhaps he had been forced into a corner this time. Or perhaps he had acted on impulse. But they could not stop Long Chen. Long Chen hated inhumane things like this. That was why he did not want to listen to their explanations for even a moment. Massacre Dragon Seal. This was the first Kane Dao technique left behind by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Back then, the Royal Heaven Sword Master and the Demonic Sky Sword Master had used their strongest double attacks, but Long Chen had used the Massacre Dragon Seal to beat them half to death. And today, that terrifying blood-red seal had formed in Long Chen's palm once again. Within the Massacre Dragon Seal, there seemed to be an exceptionally bloody world. In this world, there were billions of vengeful spirits, all shrieking. The murderous aura caused everyone present to tremble in fear. People might have misconceptions about killing. Long Chen's killing was a righteous killing because his starting point was to protect. If not for protecting the masses, he would not have needed to kill Yi Futu. He could not imagine that a person could actually do this. He could actually abandon his own race and everything that had given birth to him to rely on an evil demon and then help them to torment his own people. If not for his firm resolve, Long Chen would not have let him say a single word. "You are the Massacre Marshal Venerable?" Holding the Massacre Dragon seal, Long Chen walked over step by step. Yi Futu's eyes were filled with fear. He retreated step by step and said coldly, "So what?" The Massacre Dragon seal made his voice tremble. "Trash like you, what do you know about killing?" Long Chen roared. In that instant, his speed increased by several times. His speed and ferocity surpassed the perception of the three great martial venerables. This was especially true after he harmonized his yin and yang with Lingxi. After being stimulated by Goddess Su's blood, his nirvana force increased once again. At this moment, he was much stronger than when he was in the Sword God Palace. In an instant. While Yi Futu had no way of resisting, Long Chen's blood-red Massacre Dragon mark landed directly on Yi Futu's forehead. Yi Futu's body was completely unharmed, but he collapsed to the ground. He had become a corpse, and there was no sound at all. Dead? Looking at Yi Futu's fate, everyone's mouths were dry and they couldn't say a single word. The leader of the Hanwu Temple and the others had followed Yi Futu all their lives, but they had never thought that the person they respected the most would betray the human race. This made them extremely conflicted. Morality and kindness were in conflict. Yi Futu was someone they owed a debt of gratitude to. But he had actually wanted to kill Lingxi. Lingxi was the hope of millions of people coming back to life. If Lingxi died, it would be the same as millions of people dying. What was Yi Futu thinking? As for the two great martial venerables, they had stood side by side with Yi Futu for so long. Seeing him end like this, they had mixed feelings. But no matter what, they were still shocked by Long Chen's strength. That was the concept of invincibility. He had killed a Massacre Venerable with one move. When Yi Futu fell, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With Long Chen's personality and strength, he had no problem being the leader of the sacred martial emperor. Chen. Lingxi was the one who knew Long Chen best. She knew that while Long Chen looked cold-blooded, he was actually very unwilling. After all, it was a time of crisis. The three great martial venerables were so powerful that even Jinwu Great could not make up his mind to teach Yi Futu a lesson. But Long Chen had killed him. Long Chen was not bloodthirsty. He just hated. Moreover, Yi Futu's illness was beyond cure. There was no cure. In terms of decisiveness, Long Chen had surpassed Jinwu Great. But, after killing Yi Futu, Long Chen did not relax. "Everyone, be careful. Gather together," Long Chen ordered, then looked in the direction of the demon tree. "For safety reasons," he said, "come into my God Kingdom." He had a premonition that a great battle was about to break out. The Ghost King, who had absorbed the power of 5 million living beings and had become stronger, was now letting out a terrifying roar. He gradually tore the blood vessels in his body, and with a pair of blood-red eyes, he stared in Long Chen's direction. Under Long Chen's orders, everyone entered his God Kingdom. At this moment, Long Chen had become the strongest individual soldier in the 3 domains and 9 realms. "You have to be careful," Lingxi said. Only then did she feel reassured to let him protect her. Between heaven and earth, only Long Chen was left. Crack! The blood vessels in the demon tree's heart all broke. The short, stocky Ghost King walked out with terrifying power. Long Chen clearly noticed that this Ghost King was different from the other Ghost Kings. This Ghost King must be Qingguang Wang. He walked step by step towards Long Chen, and the entire Ghost Domain forest trembled. On his body, chaotic black power was sweeping out. Any plant within 100 miles was sent flying by him. The ground trembled, and Qinguang Wang roared madly. Long Chen, are you surprised? Suddenly, Yi Futu's voice came from Qinguang Wang. In truth, Long Chen was indeed frightened. Seeing Long Chen's shocked expression, Yi Futu laughed. You think you can kill me? Fool, when have I ever been useless and let a little fellow like you kill me? Let me tell you. This is what the Lord has given me. He has given me an immortal body. Before you seek longevity and immortality, I already have an immortal body. I can live for millions of years, and you, one day, you will die to the nirvana tribulation. Why should I not rely on such a generous Lord? So this was his true goal. Long Chen revealed a disdainful sneer when he saw the ferocious fangs and iron chains all over his body. He said, from today onwards, you can only survive by eating your own kind. You will lose everything and obtain a filthy body. You will endure endless loneliness and solitude. To think that you thought it was something good. Long Chen's words thoroughly infuriated Yi Futu. He opened his huge mouth, revealing his sharp fangs that were as hard as Dao treasures. What do you know? You will die sooner or later. Everyone will die sooner or later. The 3 regions and 9 worlds will all become our slaughterhouse. When I eat you, you will regret it. Do you want to contribute more to the battle? Relive the dragon's blood and read it from the beginning. Burn. Next chapter, 13 points. Chapter 16-20. For someone who had already gone mad, words were useless. Long Chen didn't know what happened to this fellow. What poison did the city lord of the wronged feed him to make him worship that fellow so much? Yi Futu was a martial venerable. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with Zhenwu Great Emperor's suppression of him. But he couldn't blame anyone but himself for his greed for power. He wanted to use Yang Chen to gain power from Zhenwu Great Emperor. He was courting death. Long Chen didn't want to say more. He let the golden demon imprisonment column return to the kingdom of God with his left hand. The sharp god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's right hand. This was given to me by the city lord of the wronged. Did he let you take it back? Long Chen asked coldly. Yi Futu sneered as he approached. One day, he'll take it. In fact, Long Chen was shocked. This fellow's strength was probably close to the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This was the result of the destruction of the 16 prefectures. If the Lord of the Tragic City destroyed the Eastern Royal Region, the true Martial Emperor Palace, the 3 regions and 9 realms, and billions of lives, then just how powerful would the 10 great ghost kings be? No wonder Yi Futu was so superstitious about the city lord of the wronged. This was the power of immortality. This was the way to escape the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even if he gave up his human body, even if he could only eat raw flesh, so what? He had obtained immortality. He had escaped the Nirvana tribulation and no longer had to be afraid. Long Chen finally understood what he was thinking. The god-slaying sword was pointed at him. At this moment, Yi Futu let out a low growl, looking for an opportunity to attack. He knew how terrifying Long Chen was. He knew that Long Chen had defeated the Lingwu sword master, so he was even more careful. I have the power of 5 million lives. Are you angry? Are you hateful? It's useless. You'll become part of my power sooner or later. Yi Futu laughed maniacally. He was trying to anger Long Chen. But Long Chen was unmoved. The god-slaying sword vibrated and let out a soft hum. Will you be able to receive this sword strike? Long Chen suddenly asked. Such contempt and provocation made Yi Futu feel humiliated. Once upon a time, Long Chen was just an ant beneath his feet. Today, Long Chen had killed him with a single move, and after he had grown stronger, Long Chen had threatened him with a single sword strike. Not only did he fail to anger Long Chen, he even angered Long Chen. At that moment, Yi Futu let out a deafening roar. Vast power gathered on his body as he turned into a beam of black light that tore through space and charged at Long Chen. The power of 5 million lives gathered on his body and power. He was not much weaker than Long Chen. His ugly appearance, when compared to Long Chen's indifferent and confident appearance, was like heaven and earth. Long Chen closed his eyes as his opponent attacked furiously. What do you mean by killing a god with a single strike? This was Long Chen's question to himself. He closed his eyes to feel the mysteries of the massacring sword art. The sword will spread in all directions, forming Long Chen's perception. He felt Yi Futu's path. So it's here. At that moment, he finally understood the true god-slaying art. When Yi Futu's frenzied attacks caused the heavens and the earth to crack, Long Chen easily slashed out with his sword. That gray sword formed an unpredictable crescent trajectory. At that moment, Long Chen's entire body became a blur. In Yi Futu's eyes, all that was left was that elusive sword. SSSS. In the blink of an eye, the sword was right in front of his eyes. Pfft. Yi Futu retreated desperately. Even with the power of 5 million lives, he was unable to retreat. At that moment, the god-slaying sword pierced through his head. Do you think you can escape? Long Chen looked down at him from above. This was the true god-slaying art. When the sword pierced the opponent, the murderous aura left him with no chance to dodge. As the god-slaying sword's gray aura spread, Yi Futu, who was in the late stage of nirvana tribulation, let out an earth-shattering scream. Long Chen's hatred for him was at its peak. Of course, he would not let him off just like that. The god-slaying sword slashed down. Yi Futu's body was split in half. Long Chen advanced again. The massacre seal in his palm struck the other half of Yi Futu's body. Wang! That half of the body was reduced to the smallest particles. This was the power of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. It was also Long Chen's most powerful attack. After destroying this half of the body, Long Chen realized that the other half of the body was frantically escaping. Yi Futu was completely terrified of Long Chen. To him, Long Chen was like a nightmare at this moment. A martial venerable had been killed in one move. The strengthened Ghost King was stabbed by his sword, and his palm strike took away half of its life. What kind of power was this? In the God Nation, everyone was even more impressed. The Ghost King's greatest ability was to escape. Long Chen rushed towards him at the fastest speed he had ever been. As he neared, the demon tree began to sway wildly, as if it had truly come to life. Thousands of branches shot towards Long Chen. Wordless technique. 81 rays of sword chi shot out violently and instantly shattered the endless branches into pieces. Even the demon tree could not do anything to Long Chen. With a sweep of Long Chen's sword, the gigantic demon tree was directly chopped in half. Just as he was about to swing his sword at Yi Futu, a loud boom exploded in his ears. Long Chen. Long Chen nearly lost his balance from the tremors. This was the voice of the city lord of the wronged. It was at this moment that Yi Futu found an opportunity. His entire body melted into the demon tree, and the remaining half of the demon tree quickly burrowed into the soil. The next time we meet, I will tear your family apart and kill everyone around you. Yi Futu screamed and said angrily. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to continue, the city lord of the wronged spoke again. Have you forgotten? I'll wait for you in the eternal hell. There's not much time left. Give me my heart in exchange. Otherwise, that girl's life will be gone. You've become so strong. You must be very bold. Come to my eternal hell. That girl must be very important to you. Will you just watch her die? Hurry up and come. Otherwise, I'll create a good show. I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. Hurry up and come to my side. I won't kill you. I'll give you eternal life. I just want my heart back. Remember, I'll wait for you. The gates of the city of the wronged will always be open for you. These voices were like sleep talk, reverberating in Long Chen's ears. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Scram! The god-slaying sword swept out. A terrifying, murderous sword chi swept out, cutting the nearby demon tree and the distant forests and mountains in half. But the last section of the demon tree still escaped, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Did you know how the fans of City of Sinners supported it? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.